Preston via phone.
Oh, yes. You have Preston.
Well, that's our answer.
I don't know if Councilman Jordan's calling in.
Travel. Same with Angela. Travel.
Oh, we got 6.
Yeah, and Preston will be able to make it later on. Well, it is 5 o'clock, so I call to order this council work session, a new concept that the city of Sturgis is taking on. Certainly not a new concept in the realm of municipal government, but an opportunity basically for the council to work together as a group with no action anticipated, but with action anticipated in near future meetings, or in some cases probably the meetings that the work session goes on. But a situation where the public can be a part of the process of the interaction between the council with itself and anybody on the outside that we're working with on a certain project. So with that being said, the first item on for discussion topic is the feasibility and desirability of an American flat track event for the second weekend of the rally. Mr. Marshall's got a brief staff report for us, and then I welcome you guys to come up to the podium if you want to at this point. Lance, you better bring a chair, yep. And we'll, Mark, we'll let you go first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council and members of the public. This is a unique proposal coming to the council on behalf of staff and on behalf of the management committee. I would like to say simply that we are ready, willing, and able to implement any decision that you make and support it wholeheartedly. The staff does not so much support the proposal as the staff is here to support council and implement council's decision. So,
Thanks, Mr. Marshall. Richie and Cameron, welcome. Lance, welcome. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and thank you very much for allowing this working session this afternoon to discuss the potential American Flat Track Spirit of Sturgis TT street race. With us tonight from AMA Pro Racing, we have Richie Morris, the Director of Public Relations, and Cameron Gray, the Director of Sales and Partnerships. So with that, they're available to answer any questions you might have surrounding the race or any other aspects thereof. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to them.
Hey, guys.
Welcome.
Good
evening, good evening.
It's good to be back, the city of Sturgis. I may have to get a condo here. I'm here quite a bit these days. But, yeah, since working with Lance in March of earlier this year, when he came down to check out our race in Daytona, we've thought outside the box, and I appreciate Lance coming down. I think you guys were maybe entertaining, maybe putting on an event in 2023, and I think we, after seeing all that a professional race entails, Lance saw that this should be a project that's down the stream and something that we can plan for. So we've been doing that, and hopefully tonight we can move a step closer to getting our plans put together. Cam and I are here if you have any questions or any concerns. I know there was a list of some logistics. We can take a look at that, or
Let's start with that, Richie.
anything that you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what this list of logistics is a cumulative list put together by city staff. Certainly not all inclusive, but thinking about the proposed route and what it would entail and how to handle that both safely, efficiently, on time, with all aspects included in the thought process, including non-race but event goers. The feasibility is still traffic flowing as far as foot traffic and things like that. So, Richie, okay. I'll just let you go.
Well, I will. I'll just start out with, we obviously want to work with the city in any way we can, and the merchants. We realize that this is a big event, and Rebecca, I think you even said it's a spectacle, so we welcome that. And Cam is going to take a look at the logistics. Basically, what we would like to do is bring a different demographic into the city of Sturgis for the last weekend of the rally. And if we can do that, we feel like we've hit a home run, and we can everyone can benefit from some new faces coming in on Thursday and stay in that entire weekend of the second weekend. So how it may impact the actual logistics here, Cam, you have a list there. You can.
Yeah, and I would, thanks for having us tonight. I guess me personally get excited about this. I've been promoting Superbike, Supermoto, and street races since 1995. And again, we did a couple big street races in Reno in 2004 and 2005, and I did some street races at Copper Mountain in Colorado. So obviously this list is very familiar with me. I was sharing with Richie my book from Reno, which probably had 10,000 pages in it, but lots of meetings, lots of planning, working with your city. And I think that when we came out here last time, you know, our team, very professional. Dave McGrath's been around racing many, many years. Brian Smith, recently retired, past champion, has done all sorts of different types of racing, including street style races as well in his past. And I think that with working with your city, fire and police, walking the track and kind of the layout that we have, I think it's probably the best layout that we could have that would get the impact of being right here where all the crowd is. But I do know, like, keeping Sherman open here during certain times and having things that need to be closed down, because again, you're going to have 50, 60, 70,000 people down here, will be very important. So we will have a detailed layout plan for every aspect on here, for every piece of the event. So you know, from my standpoint, I think that we've got the staff to make this happen, working with your staff.
Cameron, could you speak to kind of the overarching process of which is in place? I mean, we've had a lot of conversations over the months. I'll summarize in the fact there's hope for some, we'll call it permanent infrastructure that's put in place that'll be out of the way and not hinder the regular rally.
Right.
That'll help speed up that process for that Saturday race. But just kind of lay out that process which occurs starting Friday night at 2 a.m. or whatever the plan would be. And
Right. Bob Deislinger, again, has worked with us as head of operations for us for many years, and with McGrath and AMA Pro Racing side, which is our series side, and then you have AFT Events, which is the actual event side that promotes all of our events. And I know that he's already started working with your city guys, kind of laying out a detailed plan on, again, timeline and exact planning, minute by minute sessions that will be laid out to you exactly when we'll come in. Pre-staging a lot of this stuff in certain parking lots and areas that we can have them pre-staged at, and then brought in on some different flatbed trucks that we'll have. You know, this first year, obviously, getting the infrastructure, we're safety first. We want to put on a big show, but I know that, you know, getting the proper barrier with fencing and so forth, there's going to be a lot of thought process put into this. I know the different divisions in our departments are looking at the layouts for each one of these elements, especially, as you said, our window's going to be very tight at 2 a.m. to get in, and then also on the back end to get out when everybody else is wanting to get out once our race is done. So I know that plan's in works right now, and we could probably have something detailed to you in the coming weeks. Or probably before your next meeting, I believe, December 4th?
correct, yep.
Right.
We have the answers tonight for any, we have it redlined, we just don't have it in presentation form, but any questions you have on any particular item that was emailed to us, we have that red line report for you. There's some things that AMA Pro would handle as a sanctioning body, and then there's some things that AFT Events would handle. There's some that are both the city and AFT, and then there's some that would be just the city, and we addressed each one of those. And Mark and I were talking earlier, we think this portion of Harley-Davidson Way would be where we would have the production trailer and our tech trailer and then pit in and pit out, and then work out of that particular area. So any of the questions and emails, we have the answer for you tonight. If you have a particular, for anyone, if anyone has those questions, we have.
And I think, excuse me, Mayor, I think there's a few other items that, again, with that laying out certain parking lots and stuff that we can have and where there will be access. Like you said, I know Bob's starting to pin out different things that we need as the basics to put on the show with production truck and generators and certain things we'll need spacing wise, exact dimensions, because I know, again, everything's going to be that much tighter down here with you know, all the more people that we tend to bring down here, the new blood we tend to bring down here the next weekend, and then making sure that everything functions and flows properly. Again, like you say, the traffic flow, the pedestrian flow, how they're going to get track crossings, all that stuff, we're already starting to kind of pre-plan. They're not finished by any means. I know some future conversations still need to happen, kind of going over exactly how your initial flow goes and how we work within that current flow.
The finalization of the race event would be Saturday evening, approximately 6 p.m.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
a fair statement?
Yeah.
I've got plenty more questions, but I welcome others to talk. I think it also makes sense to talk about the cost and the financing and what the plan moving forward there is. I know, that being said, we view and you view some of the sponsorship aspects of it are proprietary on specifics, which makes a whole bunch of sense to me on the business side. But I think it makes sense to talk about cumulative numbers. I think it also makes sense to touch on when you talked about, Richie, the new blood, you called it, that would be coming in. I think it makes sense to talk about what that means in definitions of more OEMs and things like that. So if you want to expand on that.
Yes, I think that's probably one of the most important things. The motorcycle industry in America is experiencing the same thing that you guys are having the knowledge to look downstream at right now, and I commend you for that. You're looking at where your rally's going to be 20 years from now, and the motorcycle industry in the United States as a whole is looking at that, and because we're seeing a big change, and the younger generation, they're not catching on maybe the way we did as youngsters. So kudos to you guys for looking at ways to bring a different demographic to your city and to your rally. And one of the things that is happening today, it's adventure bikes. The ADV market has really taken off. It's the fastest growing segment in the motorcycle industry today. And it actually could complements our race series if we have something involved, obviously, because the OEMs are manufacturers. If anybody doesn't know, an OEM is like a Honda, Kawasaki, Harley-Davidson, the manufacturers of the motorcycles. They are obviously interested in this ADV part, and they're also interested in a stage such as Sturgis to bring their new product to market, or to have a different demographic at Sturgis, not just the guys that show up in baggers and want to go to the concerts and to the bars and what have you. Those are important. But what we feel like the race demographic could add is new people or new blood, people that wouldn't come to Sturgis on a normal rally weekend or week. So for the merchants, for everyone that would be involved, it's new people coming into your city on Thursday, Friday type thing, and then there for the second weekend, which we feel that's good not only for us, it brings our crowd in, but it also, we can piggyback some of your existing crowd from a series standpoint. From a city standpoint, it gives you two demographics, a demographic that's not currently coming with huge numbers, and it also comes at the end of the rally, which I understand the weekends kind of taper off. So hopefully we can do a lot of win-win situations there by having this on that last weekend, bring in the new demographic, and probably the most important is having the OEMs or the manufacturers involved with the rally. I know you have Harley-Davidson now, which is great, and Indian and that type, but if we can involve the adventure OEMs, the adventure manufacturers, and get all of those guys looking at the city of Sturgis as a destination, then you've covered the motorcycle industry as a whole. So we feel like from a demographic standpoint, it's a win-win for all of us on that.
Yeah, I'll jump in a little bit. just to expound on that a little bit, is my conversations, which have been kind of lightly overviewed from, it works perfect because I'm renewing and finalizing all our new deals for 24 for our series. As I see over the series, I also see over each of our events as far as revenue. And even today, I've been getting lots of calls. Good luck on the Sturgis TT. Is that going to happen? Again, as Richie said, new OEMs that haven't participated because I think they felt a little bit lost from what they told me because it's kind of big Harley Davidson, Indian. You know, the adventure bike thing, if that happens, come down, do adventure bike demos. And we had this adventure bike class, which we're launching and been working on for a couple years now. It definitely brings new blood, not only to the series, to the whole program here. And I think that it would expand in America. It's kind of like Moto America road racing. They had the bagger thing. Everybody thought racing baggers on road racing. What is that? There's no way. It's not going to make sense. Well, it's the number one reason that all the people have showed back up to the races in road racing for Moto America. And I think this is our kind of bagger-esque type thing, which I even think is cooler. As he said, it's the number one driver right now with the MIC data that's come out. So it'll bring people back. And again, I think we also talk that, you know, I think we want to come in here, not a one and done. Let's you know, we want to come in here and grow this over the years. As I saw with Reno, fortunately, I only got 2 years in, and then Supermoto went away. But then we did 5 years at Cycle Fest, which was up through Copper Mountain streets in Colorado. Each year, you could just see the growth and the attendance and the people and the support of the sponsors. So I think long-term growing this is just going to make this even a bigger spectacle.
I think to that point, the fact that the future of the rally and how solid it is and what the future will bring is that partnership with all OEMs throughout it will separate the city of Sturgis and our motorcycle rally with everything else that's going on out there.
Yes.
Just my personal opinion, and wanted to make that point.
And I did 3 of them that one participates a little bit, but not down here. They all said that they would come, and they were interested in, as I called Lance, could they come all 10 days, which would be revenue for the city or however that's broken up. But they just didn't want to come for the race. They want to come for the whole rally, which I thought would be great for you guys. And, you know, if we have an area, and you could have an adventure bike area. I know 3 OEMs that really aren't participating downtown right now that very interested if this whole thing happens.
Let's talk cost.
Well, the presentation has been made, and everyone, you know the numbers. We've went over that to do it right. You have the numbers. That's not going to change. You know, the variable is obviously sponsorship, and to Cam's point, this is kind of his department. I've never seen everyone so interested in an idea. We have to have something to begin with. However, the idea of us putting together for Becca a spectacle, I think it's got everyone's attention from Fox Sports Live. As you know, we have a deal with Fox Sports, but they're willing to look at live. NASCAR, we're a baby brother of NASCAR, and they have a weekend off. Just so happens Mr. Helton will be out here during the first weekend of Sturgis enjoying Bike Week, and there is no NASCAR race that particular weekend. So they have generously offered us a spot. They will work with the NASCAR Today program, and we'll discuss the events that's going on here for the next weekend on that time slot, which is huge. So it's just it's a very good something out of the box that we're seeing. And as far as costs, I think we can get there with sponsors for sure. We just have to build it first, and once we do, I think that the goal is for all to have black ink at the end of each rally. And as Cam said, we're here for 5 years. We're willing to see it. The first year is always the most challenging, and then as we polish it and as we perfect it, I think we can build a destination at Sturgis during that second weekend of the rally for years to come. We just have to break down how we're going to get there. We have a title sponsor that has shown great interest and they want first shot at it. So we have that particular setup. We can look at all the details, but we're looking at the 5 years in which we can do an amortization. There's a lot of different ways to do it. So as you know, Mark, we'll work with you in any way we can on that side to make it happen and make the opening year the easiest for you as possible.
Yeah, and I think just to back that up, it's kind of hard to sell something fully when it's not fully baked that we're moving ahead. But I do know with my list, Ben and I have been working some of the partners we work both with, which is great. 2 or 3 of them, big ones. Both of them are in. What's nice too is Ben's hitting them from one side, one department, totally different from the side that I hit them from. And again, looking at the number we need to hit, and if you take out the year one safety infusion, which is basically the barriers and the fencing, which is our big cost, and we know that we can amortize that out and figure out where that could actually be a revenue generator in the future once we own that. I know there's a couple options on the table for that. I think that, this could be a home run, and, like I said, get our cost way down. If not, we could start making some money. And before Lance and I even put our heads together too, because he and I have talked on a couple of partners we've worked with forever that we know would be interested again, but I've been very careful not to sell anything hard sell yet or what we're exactly doing. But there's some pretty big categories too that Richie just heard beyond the entitlements that are potentially wanting to come on board after we get more clarity that the event's happening.
Lance and I were talking at lunch today, and we're not trying to trying to be very transparent with you and put it in black and white, and not trying to make it sound like a sales pitch, and by no means. But if we get the OEMs, the manufacturers, engaged in this, and once they're engaged, then every one of the, for instance, Parts Unlimited, which many of you guys may know them as Drag Specialties, it's their twin division. The list goes on to sponsors that are within the industry that Cam works with on a daily basis, but they follow where the manufacturers go. And right now, I see you guys as just having maybe the bagger type, the Harley bagger rider clientele. If we bring, and Lance has already given me a parking lot where we could have demo rides and showed us where we could have the factory OEM demo rides set up. If we have that, we also feel that the sponsors that follow those demo rides, the aftermarket, they will come and be a part of the rally as well, both in presence and financially. So I wouldn't say it's low-hanging fruit, but I feel like it's fruit that maybe it is not being tapped into right now because it's not one-dimensional, but this adds a lot more dimension to it. It's a broader aspect of the motorcycle industry as a whole.
Yeah, and I actually had 2 partners that brought up, Cam, we might even look at if this happens, would they have space for us to move our demo down there to be part of the whole activities and race buildup and all that. And again, I hadn't broached that with Lance yet, but again, even people wanting to move where they currently are, which I don't know exactly where they are right now, and actually come down to downtown for their whole rally experience. That's kind of encapsulating with this big race on the 10th.
Mr. Mayor, what size of community was the Copper Mountain races held in?
What size of community?
Yeah.
It was the summer every year. Oh, sorry, it was in the summer every year at the ski resort. Copper Mountain, it's,
So it's not so much a city as it just a location?
Yeah, it's basically off the I-70 main freeway that goes up and down all the different ski resorts. So you got Copper Mountain, then you got Vail and Aspen, and you just kind of keep going up. But it's a small community that lives up there in the summer, and then we would bring in about 30,000 over 3 days. I think our biggest day was like 12,000.
I'm just trying to think, we can come up with other lists and obstacles and things that may or may not be issues for us, but when you guys are the ones that have experienced it firsthand in other communities, and I know Reno is maybe a little different because of the size difference, I would assume, but what were some of the bigger hurdles that you guys faced with them? And then I guess moving past that, you did 2 years in Reno,
Yes.
and then I guess ultimately why was it decided not to continue with that?
Basic is the AMA Supermoto series stopped when I was done. Last year that I had it was the season finale.
Okay.
And then they didn't do it anymore. We had a 5-year agreement to do it, but then it was based around the AMA Supermoto, which I know you guys are, have done before. But I think your main concerns as looking through this logistical thing, of course, that's number one to me. Obviously paying for it, as the mayor said. It's all about the logistics. I was telling Lance today, looking through my book, and you look at the city meetings and the town meetings and the business meetings, it's about that thick. Carrie, who was our administrator, kept notes of everything, and I was reading through all the notes, but we had weekly meetings leading up 6 months out to making sure how did traffic flow, how did the business, did they get interrupted? If they got interrupted, how do we fix that plan? Because again, in Reno specifically, we're running right down Circus, El Dorado. If you've been there, we were in the heart of the city, and we went over the train tracks, and then we went in the parking lot like we would do with the church in the parking lot. It was a pawn shop parking lot, raced up on their hill. So again, I was telling people earlier that the actual city folks, they were behind it with us, but the risk management of one of our title sponsor was actually even a little bit more strict. Obviously safety, and again, everybody had the mindset of we didn't disrupt the business. We wanted to make sure they had more business and make sure access, if it was at all altered, what were the hours, what were the times, and how did we fix that? Because some of the business were operating just regular businesses, and we brought in, last year I was there, it was 45,000 people. It was a free event again. 45,000 people showed up, and we created little areas, taped off different areas, and there was literally a different plan for every section of the streets. And I'm sure that would probably have to be done here because of already everything that's built out. And I think building out what your plan is, how we work within that plan. I know that's going to be on many of the businesses' mind and people's mind, but we're here to make sure that it's as easy as possible for everybody. And as Richie said, we're going to bring a new crowd, new blood, new money, and prop up that second weekend. And this is what Sturgis was, started on, was racing. So that's, I think, what we're bringing it back to.
Did that answer your question?
Ish.
Yeah.
It's the other thing we can tap into that if there are questions. Obviously, it's no big secret, and I mentioned it. Our sister company or our parent company is NASCAR, and they just did a race in Chicago, so they have a blueprint there that we can go to as we if we run into something that needs their help. They've offered to come out and be a part of it if need be. The big thing there is just to make sure that we have it to them. And I know Mark and I were talking, it's not going to be perfect the first year. Obviously, you're going to meet challenges and things that you would perfect in year 2 and so forth. But I think given your circumstances with the anniversary coming up next in 2025, this would give us a year to polish the edges and get a better package together for your anniversary year. We could wait until 2025, but I think it might behoove us to go ahead and figure out the kinks in 24, and then we should be better prepared for 25, I would think.
So in the 2 years that you guys were in Reno, the sponsorships went well.
Very well. And in fact, from year 1 to 2, almost doubled.
What was the demographic for proponents and people against it within, say, the areas that you were involved with?
What were their main issues that they had?
No. Like how many people were for it versus against it? Was it split community? Was it?
about a third we had to kind of smooth over. I think most people were for it. Again, a little bit different than here. And Reno's kind of known for kind of the Reno air races and their big bowling tournaments. They've got these special events, so they kind of take those on well. So I don't think it's total apples and oranges. But again, there were still, there was a good number of people that we had to work on, and some of them we did create different areas and gave them some passes, and we did some things with them to make them feel more comfortable. In the first year, we actually made custom lawn chairs because the track that we built the first year was a little bit up from where the casinos were, and we actually went down 2 roads that were right in front of 2 blocks of houses, was part of the racetrack. So we made little packages for each one of the households and so forth for them that weekend. So, it was definitely, we were being proactive and communicative and making sure that we had plenty of outreach from our side and exactly what we're doing, and very, as Richie said, very transparent on everything.
Thank you.
I think that would be the idea of tonight for you guys. If you have questions, let's talk about them. Don't be afraid to ask us hard questions, because we'll work together. We want to be partners. So
I think it would be a good idea to back up. I think we kind of started this work session with the idea that most people knew what we were talking about a little bit. Could we circle back to kind of what you're talking about doing, when you're talking about doing it, and where you're talking about doing it?
Sure. Yes. What we're talking about doing is bringing basically our race series to the streets of Sturgis the second weekend of the rally. And that seemed to be the most logistical time to do it, is when the rally was fading a bit, and it'd bring a new demographic. We will be running our normal race at Black Hills on that Tuesday. And that way, that will ensure our riders and our teams to already be here. So we will have our group of riders already here. And the track has been laid out, and I came out right after Daytona. Brian came out, and then I came out with Lance, and we laid out some different track possibilities around the streets. And I think the last trip out, I was in the hospital. I didn't make it out, but they decided on the best course, and everyone has that, being down Main Street. And I always say Sherman. So it's a rather short. It's a shorter course than we originally had talked about, but easier to handle, easier for everyone to watch. And our race control, obviously safety would be number one. So we want race control to be able to have a good vision of, if not all, most of the racetrack. So Kevin, your question is, yes, have a race in downtown streets of Sturgis with our normal racers. We have 2 classes. There's been some discussion, obviously, around the adventure bike class. This would be where we would introduce the adventure bike to the public as far as our racing. And then we are going to Goodwood, which is in the UK, the month before this, and that's where we would globally introduce the Streets of Sturgis TT. And we feel like that's a perfect tie-in. So the whole idea has been not to have a race over at the fairgrounds to mimic just a race in Sturgis, but actually have something that the fans can actually see, that something that can bring the interest of Fox Live, that type of spectacle, to tie in the entire motorcycle industry along with what you already have. We're not trying, I don't think anybody is planning on trying to change what you have or alter it. I think it's just maybe an addition of opening up the future for the total motorcycle demographic in the city of Sturgis. And that being said, we feel like the race touches a lot of that, and what the race doesn't touch, the adventure bike piece really does with the OEMs, the manufacturers.
And I think, Richie, that's kind of what what the whole thing with the adventure bike deal is, it gets, some of the bigger OEMs, Harley Davidson, and some of the BMW, some of the new people, new blood into our sport, right, Richie? To kind of.
Well, Harley would in our particular sport. Harley, as you know, Kevin, they haven't been there in 2 years. They're looking to come back in different ways, but you guys have Harley pretty much covered here in the city. So we, as far as what you're looking for, what you would be looking at would be new manufacturers, new people that are currently not going to Sturgis. And I see that would be the big advantage to holding the race in the city and then tying everything together. Not only the manufacturers, but the sponsors. The sponsors could tie in with the race. Maybe they would come because of the race, but they would want to be involved with the entire rally, which may help you guys on a broader stroke. So,
Rich, you could just speak specifically to, we touched on it, and Cameron spoke to it a little bit about how Friday night, the second Friday of the rally, which I think this year is the 9th, if I remember right, that would be when Rick's crews deploy at 2 a.m. to start cleanup. You would work in concert with them and start deploying your infrastructure that's needed for the race the following day. Would be up the entire day Friday, the entire day Saturday. After the final lap, it would be broke down and removed and back to regular disruption of the motorcycle rally versus a race on top of the rally. Is that all a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
yes, I think the plan is to work with Rick, have Bob, our logistics guy, with AFT events, and your public works people work together. Whenever anything that we can pre-stage, obviously we will, that causes very little disruption. And we can probably have the dirt section made ahead of time. And Caterpillar wants to do that, is willing to do that as a sponsorship. So yes, but the majority of the final touches, if you will, would be done after the city cleans up. I believe it's 2 a.m. is when they do their sweep or what have you. So we would have to be prepared to work all night, have everything ready, and then right after this, we tear down, and that way you're back to your normal. And I don't believe there's any plans to disrupt any merchants. If anything, it would bring people that wouldn't be there to them. So.
Yeah, and I brought, I shared with Bob our template we did. Same thing with Reno. I think we started at 1 a.m. On Friday or Saturday morning, whatever it was for our race. Same thing, where we shut down. We had certain sections where the hydro barrier is kind of the main thing, hydro barrier and fencing, where you have to put those out in sections around the track, which we had all through our track out there. And then we had a minute-by-minute plan of working in sections with different teams, their teams, our teams, and I think we even brought in a couple other teams, flatbread trucks and so forth. So we've done it before, and I think we'll integrate kind of that, use that as a template, kind of integrate that, how that works here, what resources you have, and what resources we need to get.
So to circle back, Cameron, I think you said the fairgrounds was not an acceptable spot or would not provide the spectacle.
Yes, sir.
That you're looking for.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of time out there. Brought Brian Smith out there, our 2016 champion, our current director of flat track, and he's raced there before many times. And yeah, just the work it would cost. We're just disconnected. As Richie said, it's just another flat track, and the amount with looking at the grandstands, and I don't know if those could hold that many fans, and nothing's really out there, and the dirt's kind of dilapidated pretty bad out there. That if to get a proper track, you'd have to put. I mean, the expense you're just going to put into getting that back up and running. I don't think it serves the purpose of why we're here, to create the spectacle that we want to through the downtown streets. And I don't think we would get anywhere near the sponsorship. In fact, I know we won't, and support if we were at the half mile compared to downtown.
But yet you're still running the half mile at in Rapid City.
Yeah, currently we are. That's kind of been it's kind of known as one of the fastest half miles, traditional flat tracks that we go to. We have a lot of history there. We've gone back and forth with going there and not. We're not married to going to Black Hills. But, you know, I think as Richie said, getting everybody to trek out here, getting all of our top stars, getting big full paddock and getting the full contingent of people out here, having both races, and I think they both help each other. And again, we, you know, love to keep Sturgis supporting that event as we're building our marketing plans. I think it helps both of them. But as our CEO said, we're not married to it have to do 2 races. I mean, if you guys wanted 1 race and this was the only race, I mean, we certainly could look at that. You know, Eddie and his dad have been great. Kirchhoff's have been great to work with, and they're flexible with us. And we don't have any long-term deal. It's always a year by year track rental agreement with them.
Can we talk a little about the route? Because I think some people probably aren't clear based on, I mean, we don't have a map to put up, but my understanding of the route that you were talking about was starting on Main Street, westbound, going up to 3rd Street, turning left on 3rd Street south, 1 block left on Sherman Street, back to the east, all the way to 1st Street.
Church parking lot, turn in.
Into the Catholic Church parking lot.
Right.
Onto 1st Street, a block south of Sherman Street, and then 1st Street all the way back to Main Street, and
Yes, sir.
completing the lap that direction. So the inside of your inside of the track would be that 4-block area.
Yes, sir.
That includes Main Street and Sherman Street, and bump south on 1st Street.
Yes.
You know, the rally being one of our, well, not one of our, the biggest event, biggest tourism event in all of South Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously our emergency routes become pretty important, and Sherman Street being one of those. I know that you said that, you know, you've got a list of red line items to bring forward, but, you know, first and foremost, you know, we have a community that we need to protect, that we need to make sure that, you know, we're able to do things safely for our residents that have nothing to do with the race and whatnot. So how could we possibly make that happen through our streets that are clogged with additional parking from the rally already?
Right. Last meetings we were here, again, we did section by section. And again, once we got up to Sherman, that was the key point for the police chief and the fire that were there. They walked every piece of it with us, and they made it very clear to our competition heads that were there that that route and the at least 1 lane all the way to the right would need to stay open. And that if anything came through, communications would have to be very clear, that if anything, you know, once their communication came in and we need to stop, our racing would stop immediately, and the emergency would take first priority at all times during any of our racing. So they seem to be very detailed on that. That we spent a lot of time back there, probably an hour or so. Yeah, there's the track up there you were asking for. Again, they made it very clear that that's what would have to happen, and that Sherman was the key hub of back and forth, and that they would need a lane to come back and forth. And if it needed to be stopped, as soon as your people said stop, racing stops until they say we're good to go.
So you would red flag a main event
Yes.
for an ambulance that passed through on Sherman Street?
They said they would, yes, 100%.
Kevin, I think that's the top of the list. It's the first responder response, and that would involve all of us, but in communication.
Right.
How about talking a little bit about day of? You talked about starting to set up at 2 a.m. You know, any event that I've attended, I mean, it's going to be completed sometime in the afternoon. So what happens to the track, the infrastructure that's on the city streets at whatever time the final event is, you know, has the checkered flag?
Again, we will have a breakdown plan as well. I had the exact same thing that I sent that template over to Bob and the team over there at AFTE to go through all those bullet points as well of what we did. Soon as we were done racing, same thing. All the streets had to be open. We had flatbed trucks that were staged at certain areas to pull and pull the barriers off. But again, when we were out here talking at the barrier points where Brian and David were putting them, laying them out, they talked about points would be opened up here and opened up here. So immediately afterwards, the routes could be open through all the track. Wherever the track was closed off, we would open up all the different ends. So at least all the roads were immediately opened and not slowing down or impeding any traffic for people getting out that night. And I know Sunday everybody's going to be getting out of town and heading home.
Richard, I'm talking about Saturday after the event. Does the street sit empty Saturday afternoon and evening?
Once we're done at 6 p.m.? Or what?
No, after the event concludes. 6 p.m. Is that what the timeline is? 6 p.m.
Roughly, we've discussed 6 p.m.
6 p.m. Saturday, the event's over.
Yes.
Then what?
Again, from the current conversations that I've been a part of, every street that was blocked off or closed off would be opened up, the barriers would be opened up immediately. I don't know how quick we can get everything off. I don't, again, with all the people down there and people getting out of there, people probably want to go to dinner or go back to their hotels after the event's over. I'm sure it's going to be a big exit plan that we need to work out and have the details on. I shared mine with what we did at Reno, kind of a different animal. Again, this could be very big. So I think we've got the skilled people in the places to address those concerns, but it's definitely going to, as Richie said, the first year working out a few of the kinks of how that flow actually 100% works. I'm not sure of at this point.
I think it would be safe to say that we would open up the streets immediately, right? And then the next thing the goal would be by the end of your next day would be no barriers, nothing. Everything would be taken away. Maybe it's during that 2 a.m. after the city's done their sweep and done everything. Maybe that's when the barriers actually exit. It's just we want to get the city 100% functionable right away, and then whatever we need to do after hours, that would be maybe if it's more of a hindrance to opening up the city, that we do it after 2, then we do that at that time.
And I know we already talked about bringing in extra weekend warriors, as we call them, that have worked with us in the past, that will be working specifically for just this event, that understand racing and understand our pieces, whether it's the barriers. We will have air fence up at certain places and making sure those get down immediately, flattened, folded up, get them out of the way. So any type of obstruction like that is gone and out of the way immediately. I think the barrier piece with the fencing, the water barriers, those will be the easiest to open up, as long as the city and everybody here signs off on that we can have them there, as long as traffic's not impeded and they're just kind of sitting off the road and don't impede or block anything. I think we would be able to get everything out the next day as everybody else is leaving the rally. But all key components of the racing, like air fence or any other pieces we need to run a race, those will be done within, as the checker flag goes and they're doing winner's podium within that half hour or so. We've done it before. Everything's deflated, everything's folded up and out of the way, and our guys, and we'll have people at key places. We've already kind of outlined different areas, Group A, Group B, Group C, at certain parts of the streets and corners.
But the items like the non-air fence, the
Water
regular
barrier.
crowd barrier would just stay in place until.
Yes, but opened up, not blocked off, so the roads would still be accessible. And again, I think we're already talking about track walks and openings that we would already have, but anything that impeded traffic or anything like that would be opened up immediately. And that's what was talked about with the police chief and fire chief as we were going around. Okay, this would be here. Okay, that needs to be open as soon as your race done. They kind of went through that. I wasn't in the middle of that, but our competition and your chief and the chief of police and the fire went through each of those points and where was the key access points would need to be opened immediately.
Right off. My concern would be that, we open parking up, we got 4 rows of motorcycles that park on our main street, and we'd have some problems if we had fencing along the curb line preventing people from being able to get off the street onto the sidewalk, so they'd have to walk up the roadway to the next intersection. But, you know, that's just some things that, you know, if we decide to go at this, we'd have to figure out, but it doesn't seem like it would be a good plan to leave the fencing in place and have the street back open.
Okay.
I guess the final comment I would make is unlike some of these other tracks, I mean, we've got an extensive history at our half-mile tracks, so it definitely sets things away. But that history, you know, ended somewhat quite a few years back. But like so many communities, that their horse tracks became their that isn't the history of Sturgis.
Right.
That was a car racing track before it became a motorcycle racing track.
Right.
Yes.
We would love to do both. It would be cool if we could get that, if that somehow magically appeared to be a raceable track again, we could do both.
The history I have on that is a little different. Excuse me.
Get your microphone, Mike.
There we go. In the beginning, the history that I was brought up with is that it was a horse racing track, which involved the military at some point in time, which I'll come around to. But it was horse racing that turned into motorcycle racing and then turned into car racing over a 40-year period. And I was involved in some of the later half-mile racing at the fairgrounds, and we ran it for 8 years. Well, it was still a half mile. So there's a lot of history up there, but I'll offer this. When this goes to hell, I've just done a business deal and acquired 600 acres 10 minutes out of town. You can have the whole damn thing for 10 years. I just get the liquor.
Okay.
Yeah, we always it's always lucrative for us to have as many flat track races at different tracks during a big rallies. You know, I grew up racing, and all of our even road races, we would road race at a track that was during a rally weekend. So you kind of have a built-in spectator crowd. So we understand that, and we're not taking anything away from the track over there. It's just we would be open. We're open-minded to do a little bit of everything. But as we spoke, as far as the spectacle of the out-of-the-box thinking, the streets of Sturgis could go down. If anybody knows what the Isle of Man TT is, you know, it's who knows what we're onto here. We might create a destination, something that our grandkids are deciding that they want to go to downstream. So the only way we collectively all go in together and look at it from every angle and give it a shot.
Yeah, and I agree with the half mile. I remember, because I've been in flat track since 2015, and I put the event schedule together, and I remember with our past CEO and Gene, we would come to the half mile here. Steve Nace, we work with him very well. Steve runs some great races there, and we just like, how do we get, and it was nothing against Black Hills, but again, we always wanted to see how we could come down here and bring AFT here again. We wanted to be connected to the rally. Really, obviously weren't thinking of a street race, but you know, it was right. You're kind of still down here. So yeah, I mean, like Richie said, if it could ever get to a place where we could do both, that's great. I think again, the spectacle you're creating is going to create the sponsorship and revenue numbers. I can see it and from all my conversations. But again, if we could do both, as Richie said, in the future, it's two totally different things, and you could have two races down here. You have a, history with a traditional flat track half mile, and then you have a out of the box street race. And I think also to also speak on the adventure bike deals, I've been talking to some other companies that sponsor riders, I'll say. They're telling me fact, one OEM and another company that some of the people that will be on these adventure tracker bikes. One of them's one of the most famous motocross racers ever, and he's already confirmed. One of them's a 3-time Supercross motocross champion. We were talking to another one of our partners that would line up athletes to come and put them on certain bikes. We know that we've talked to some of our OEMs we currently work with, and they'd put a factory rider on or a star on there as well. So I think the star power also that the adventure bike race down here will bring, kind of like Supermoto did when it started, and kind of like the Baggers did when it started as well. Will be here, especially if we launch it here. And like Richie said, we go to Goodwood, here's this world launch, and then boom, here we go, we bring it to Sturgis.
Mr. Mayor, talk a little bit about the logistics of the businesses that are affected, that are within the racing corridor, and the opening and the closing and the people in and out and access.
Okay, the access is really the only thing we're removing is parking on this where the actual racetrack would be. All the businesses would still be open. I think if there's a con, that's obviously a con, the parking, but the people will still be able to come into all the businesses. And I guess the pro would be, it's not the people that's been here all week. It would be a new influx of possibly new customers for your business. So if the traditional rally goer is here all week, maybe he's already purchased from that vendor, whatever it may be, and then hopefully we bring in a new demographic. And the first year is not going to be an overnight success story. You know, it's going to take a couple years. I'll be transparent with you there. However, downstream, I think the merchants would see that as a plus, because it may be a little bit of disruption during the hours of the event, but the overall advantage to bringing in the new influx of customers would outweigh the bad. And
And I would, to expound on what he's saying as well, is the great thing about flat track racing is we're short, quick races most of the day. The finals are a little longer. Other than that, it's quick 4 or 5 minutes, and then we'll have downtime. So track crossings and openings, which we've done at various tracks where there's no bridges or there's no tunnels, many times horse tracks, a lot of different places, and we'll man the guards. We're very used to working with fans crossing tracks, and at certain times all day long with our people and our race bikes. But the good thing about us is we have these short little sprint races that don't take much time, so the stoppages will be throughout all day, so the flow can be much better than it would be with another long race that's just running laps all day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and I think too, it's important that we just bring up that second weekend of the rally we've been seeing a downturn on it. We talked about it at the post-rally summit. We see the numbers with our data. And so this has been a topic of conversation for almost as long as I've been on council. It's been about 5 years on what can be done to help boost that second weekend of the rally. There's been several ideas, many ideas that have been discussed through the years. I think the question of is this an event that is the good, the fit that we're all looking for, because we are seeing, rally numbers that week before the rally officially kicks off. We're seeing that grow. We've talked about even closing the streets earlier. We've had downtown businesses come to us requesting that. So there are quite a few things that are kind of outside the box that we've been looking at as far as what can be done to just help boost our event. And so I think when we look at what you all bring to the table, answering that question, are we a good fit for each other? That's what this comes down to. When we talk about the spectacle of Sturgis, I know we've had conversations on that. What that means to me is the excitement of the rally when I was a kid growing up here in Sturgis. I think that everyone my age and a little younger and older can remember what it was like to walk down the streets, walk down our legendary Main Street in the 70s and the 80s. There was always kind of that sense of excitement, a little bit of danger. And, we'd have some nights back during that time where the streets would be closed off. So you could have certain groups ride Main Street. And it was exciting. And I think that all the stakeholders for the rally have done a great job in the evolution of our event to make it really appealing for a wide range of demographics. But we're coming up onto, 85 years of our event. And I think that we need to talk evolution. We need to talk big picture. I mean, I don't know that we do enough of that, really. And so I guess, rekindling that excitement. We all feel it when Cole, who's jumped his motorcycle over Main Street, there's a sense of that when something like that happens. But can you guys speak to what Sturgis means to you when you think about with our event and just what it means and what it means to people in the demographic that you're talking about that would be new attendees for us?
Well, that's good to hear that you have those memories. That's, it's. I grew up in Daytona, so somewhat we have the same thing there, and it's. Becca, I think the good thing that we bring is we bring a different spectacle, if you will. And this is different not only for you guys, but for us, as Kevin knows. This is not our normal realm. So it's an attention getter for sponsors and for new sponsors and new demographics. It's today's younger generation, they need a wow factor. And it needs to be all over their phones, and it needs to be on live TV, and it's quick, and it's got to be exciting. And we feel like, yes, we could have another dirt track here, and we love that. But this particular piece, it brings the wow factor to the Sturgis Rally. And to answer your question, what the Sturgis Rally means, I think in the motorcycle industry, and I've been in it way too many years, I'm telling my age, but Sturgis is the granddaddy of all rallies. I mean, everyone, when you think of motorcycle rallies, pure rallies, you think of Sturgis. Daytona, it's a little bit racing, it's a little bit the biker crowd, but Laconia, a little different, but Sturgis stands out as the standalone biker rally in the U.S. And there's really not been a whole lot of racing tied in with it. And the OEMs, the manufacturers, are so in tune with race on Sunday, sell on Monday, that type thing. We could tie the manufacturers other than the ones you already have, if we can tie more in, I think that moves the needle all the way across the motorcycle industry. So the motorcycle industry, you don't have a problem either outside the industry or within the industry. I don't think you have a problem explaining to them what Sturgis is. It's a big deal, and that's where we see it. And the way we designed this, when Lance came to me, I had to think, how can it be a win-win? Because everybody has to win, and the sanctioning body, the city, and then the riders, the teams, and the manufacturers. So if we can create an environment where everybody wins, your merchants, your city, your everyone, that might be a little pro and con here and there, but the overall, after all is said and done, we created something that will last beyond our 5 years that we're going to work on it. And if we can do that, we've all succeeded. And hopefully that answers your question.
Anything else from council at this point? Appreciate you guys. Good discussion, good interaction. Plenty of work to moving forward. The real thing is the council's got to make a decision if this is something we're willing to bite off. So with the logistics of the 84th rally coming quickly, I envision possible action coming, one of the next meeting or soon thereafter. So, but appreciate you guys, appreciate the interaction, and
How long will you gentlemen be in town?
We're leaving tomorrow. We flew in just for tonight, but we can stay tonight for anything, or we're here for you guys. So if you need us back for anything, let us know. And if we need to come up in the meantime between I believe is it December 4th?
correct. Yep.
Certainly
We
come back for
can
that.
do that as well, because time is of the essence. We do need to get this decision made and start moving forward. And we're on our side. We're willing to do anything that it takes, and we appreciate any comments you have, whether they're pro or con, because if it's a con comment, that can help make us better. So we appreciate that.
What
And-
do
and-
you foresee being the con for the city of Sturgis, other than, I don't know, am I getting across here? Going back, what do we perceive the con to be?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest con, I think this piece of paper and getting you more details probably before December 4th, which we can do, because again, we have the experience of, it's the logistics, I would think would be the biggest thing that everybody needs to, I think we know we're going to sell sponsorship if we make it happen. I know we are. I think we all know we are. It's working out this logistic page, which I think we have the experience to do it. And I think as long as we get both teams working together, and if it's another meeting before the December 4th meeting, to come out here and kind of make sure everybody sees and hears. And, like Kevin, some of his questions are answered, and we have the police and fire make sure. I know there's some very key elements and points, and you got a massive crowd down here, so I know that we're going to have to be very, very careful. That second year at Reno with the 45,000 people and all the casino people interacting together and the regular traffic with all the businesses was something for us. To me, this is even another level up, much, much bigger, but I know we can do it, and I know we can provide more detail here for you than just these bullet points here that could give people much more reassurance of what we're going to do that day.
I came in here tonight hoping to hear the cons and to give me a reason for not to support this. You flipped me 100%, because I see new sponsorship for safety equipment,
Yes, sir.
road equipment, OEM bikes, as far as the super bikes, the adventure bikes.
Yes, sir.
I see so much more happening with the city of Sturgis. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we were getting fire trucks, we were getting ambulances. Well, that whole stream of revenue opens back up for us again. And if we don't get on the horse to do something here with something like this, you gentlemen can probably go to Deadwood pretty damn fast, or to Spearfish, or to wherever, but you don't have the work as well for you. So we have to determine as a city whether we're willing to take the chance or not. And I'll tell you, I never got ahead in anything with business without taking the chance to buy that building, to buy that property, to buy that tractor, to buy 5 of those tractors. Those are the chances that I think the city has to look at this point to move us forward. Now, I'm about 80 degrees off of where I was when I came in here. Not 180, but about 80. I think there's an opportunity here that we really need to evaluate before we push this out to the public to get the namesayers to tear it apart. And with that, I'm going to shut up. So thanks for listening. Thanks for coming.
Anything else you need from us, just let us know. We want to do everything we can to help.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Brings us to Item 1.2, this is discussion topic. Desirability and feasibility of changing the date of the municipal elections from our regular April date to June.
If you look back.
Welcome,
see
Eric.
right in the middle of that, the second window, the lady with the look down in the glasses. You give that to her and says, Mike says, give this to Mike. Yep.
Lisa.
Give that to Mike. Yes, sir. That's the gentleman that introduced me to street racing in Steamboat Springs.
This one?
Give it to Mike.
Okay. And then I can just use arrows? Yep, okay. Yep.
Hi, Mr. Miller. Go right ahead, Eric.
The legal components of shifting the election to June is fairly simple. I mean, essentially, the council would declare by January 14th, the council would declare generally through resolution that they're shifting the election, and then start moving the publishing component and the nominating petition dates and shifting everything matched to what statutes have to the later date. The hardest part is the logistical hurdles. This is really the nuts and bolts of shifting it. I think Faye's, with her years of experience, is in a good position to address a lot of the logistical components. So I'll pass it over to Faye.
All right, thank you, Eric. Lisa and I put together this little this presentation just to kind of give you some background. Recent voter turnout from 2012 to 2022. You can see that we've always struggled as far as getting those people out there. We've only had a couple elections that were, huge, and one was just here in 2022. But if you can see 16.9, 2022, of course, was the 32.8, which was one of our larger ones. So you can see that we struggle getting people to come and vote. And doing this in June would be something that we would kind of like to look at and see if it would help. So the current practice right now, back in 2012, municipal terms were 2 years with election held every year. In 2012, terms were extended to 3 years, so now every third year there is no election. We staff 12 election workers for the required shift, which is 6:30 in the morning till 7:15 at night. They must work the entire shift. Recently, we have also staffed a counting board. A separate counting board comes in after polls close and manually counts the ballots. Challenges to holding the election in April is unpredictable weather. We've had a couple. I believe there was one we completely shut down, and then one that we did go ahead and do, but it was not very good. Only local election results in lower voter turnout, especially in years without the mayor. So the lower turnout, and then finding willing election workers. Municipal elections are set to occur on the second Tuesday of April. Most Black Hills communities hold elections in April. The council has the discretion to select the alternative date of the first Tuesday following the first Monday in June. The cities that we have, a few cities that we know of that do it in June are Rapid City, Hill City, and Hot Springs. And then statewide, Aberdeen, Murdo, North Sioux City, Salem, and Vermilion. Consideration to utilize electronic ballot. Right now we are paper. We do everything by paper. The city has staffed a counting board to manually count those paper ballots. There was a wage cost associated with this. The city could upgrade its ballot contract with the county to use the equipment for electric tabulation of the ballots. There is a cost associated with the upgrading of the ballots and using the county equipment. This would allow the city to release unofficial election results within a much shorter time after the polls close. It reduces the chance of errors and recounts to ensure accurate unofficial results. Could be done with April elections or the June elections, of course. If we would have an election concurrent with county school elections in June, the municipal election would be at the same polling place but would be independent of the county election. Voters would vote in a separate place for the municipal ballots and would have to cast a second ballot for the county run election. There's advantages: the potential to increase voter turnout, allows city to hold the election in June, could be done without county support, no additional expenses unless we would use the electronic tabulation. Disadvantages: requires the city to employ 12 election workers, 3 per ward. Many of the election workers work for the county, and we already struggle to find election workers, potentially confusing the voters. If we would combine with the county and the school for the election in June, the city would contract with the county to manage our elections in off years. The municipal election would be a part of the elections managed by the auditor, a unified ballot. Advantages: potential to increase voter turnout, allow a city to hold the election in June. Voters only vote on one ballot, not confusing. City would not need to employ 12 additional election workers. The city would not manage the election. Disadvantages: requires agreement by the county and additional expenses, approximately maybe $3,000. Just to kind of give you a calendar of kind of how, with we having off years and the county having off years, how it would work out. 2024 would be a full docket. You would actually, have the federal and the county, the school, and the municipality. 2025 would be just the municipality and the school district. 2026 would be just the school and the county. And then 2027 would be municipal and school district. 2028 would be everyone again. 2029 would be just the school district. 2030 would be everyone again. 2031 would be municipal and school district. And then 2023 would be school district in the county. These are just kind of when we have to set the election up. It starts in January. Basically, if you do a June election, it's a little bit different because you're later into the year. This one is set up where we have a 45-day to do petitions. We would most likely, if we did go with, not petitions, absentee voting, we would go with the 15-day instead of the 45-day. And that's what it is for absentee voting, is a 15-day. So that's kind of the schedule of what it would be, choosing either April 9th or June 4th. Thank you. Any questions for Eric or I?
Faye, how about communications with the school board or the county in particular because of the difficulties of
I did
Postage,
call
yeah.
and, because everything's kind of up in the air up there at Meade County, I did call and talk to Pennington County because I really had no idea of how it worked. I didn't even know if there was separate ballots, you know what I mean? But I did talk with the Pennington County auditor. And of course, they take on Hill City and Rapid City. And of course, they do county and federal together. It is one ballot, so everything would be on one ballot. I did talk to her about the districts, how wards some wards could fall in within 2 districts. Yes, they have that problem, and yes, it is a pain. It's something they get through, but it does happen that way. There is some situation going on with through the state legislation that has been passed. There is some pre-auditing that's having to be done by the auditor now, which has never been done. She does think that this is going to cause some more problems when it's a combination of several entities. And so other than that, she was very informative, and like I said, I know a lot more about it.
So that in itself is reason to do it.
Just because.
Because never been done before.
And of course, if we do decide to do this, we do need to have the resolution before January 14th. So we'd have to do it at the first meeting in January. And of course, we do need to, if you do decide, or we're on that track of doing that, we do need to get a hold of Meade County, absolutely. And I know Kevin said that they have signed a contract with the school, so.
Yeah, I believe that they do have a contract with the school. It is far easier that the school is more widespread and their school board members are at large. We've got 10 precincts in Sturgis and 4 wards that fit in. And so there are several of them that have multiple wards, which would be, back to your election workers you're talking about, probably difficult for them to manage. But before we could have a resolution, we would probably need agreement from the Meade County Auditor and the County Commission that they're willing to sign
Correct,
a
absolutely.
contract.
Absolutely. And I did talk to her a little bit about, we didn't go into much detail, but there would be like 2 ballots. That's what would happen if there's a district, the wards has 2 different, there'd actually, so what's difficult for the election workers is making sure to get the right ballot to the person as they come in, the ones that do overlap.
And statutorily, there is a requirement where if we do partner up for a joint election, we would need approval from the county commission or the school board to move forward with this.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking just off years, or are you talking every election? When it comes to doing the ballots, the county doing the 2 different ballots?
I think we would just be, I think whenever the county is having election, and we would be doing it with the county, would that be how you would understand it? But if we would have to have maybe another agreement if we wanted to use their electronic, tabulation machines.
So you're talking just us setting up in like the theater lobby, holding it at the same time?
If we did it, yeah, we could do it concurrent with them, but not use them.
Because, okay, yeah, okay. Because I think, oh man, I think it could get so confusing when you have our wards, when you have some precincts in this ward and just splitting of that. I mean,
I think one advantage of Pennington County is that they hold theirs in their different places, locations, instead of one location. So that's probably one that's complicated for us, is because it is all in one location.
Right.
And they, of course, are in several areas.
Sure. I guess that, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, I think to Becca's point, the fact that the less difficult situation for making sure the process is done correctly is to have the counties, have 2 different ballots for the city and the county and school, or the one entity that was doing the same time that we had our election. Just to address the concerns that it'd be difficult to get the right ballot for the ward and then the correct ballot for the district in some situations. But that's one solution.
Are you talking concurrent or with?
Concurrent with the county.
Concurrent, yeah.
If it was if the election was held on the same day, but the city had its own election process and the county had its own election process.
We would be, right.
As a citizen of Sturgis, you would walk in, do your municipal voting, leave that area, and go to the county area voting.
Correct.
To make sure that each section would be getting the correct vote.
Correct. They
Would
they
be
wouldn't have
what
nothing
I
with
would
the,
see.
yeah. And we could still either stay with paper ballot, or we
Or
could do.
contract with them
and-
on tabulation.
Right. And
Yeah.
my only concern about that is finding people to work. Because they're going to have the 12 people that I really like and want.
As we talk about this, is there any merit to the, obviously, the statutes that have been set up for this were set up for some reasons, and we just had an hour discussion on, rally-related items. We'd be seating new council members the 1st of July. Typically, a lot of rallies done, but there's a lot of last-minute things. I mean, is that truly fair to the newly elected council members?
Baptism by fire. Good battle plan.
I think part of that challenge too, Kevin, can be just the onboarding process of, albeit it's brief, but the orientation from staff and helping the new council members come on board with an understanding of this is where the city's at. This is kind of a quick overview. I think that's a difficult time of the year to be tackling such projects, for sure, to your point.
And Faye, on the slide that you have up right now, when it talks about the combined election, the disadvantage, additional expense approximately 3,000. Is that 3,000 added on to what we already spend right now?
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
okay, thank you.
Yeah. That would be for the ballots, and then for the county to do it and use their machine, and it could be even a little more expensive than that. I think Lisa and I talked about this about maybe 6 to 7 years ago, and at that time it was like $2,700 is what she kind of quoted me. Okay. So this 3,000 is probably lowballing it pretty good.
Okay.
Do you see that being a big problem, no, Faye?
Spending the money or doing the June?
The cost.
Well, it's just something that, we don't have it every year. We skip 1 year and don't have it. And then the year that we don't have it with the county, it's just the school and us. I'm not sure. We'd have to decide who's going to be the leader in the school and the county together once, the year that's happening. Yeah. So, there would still be some different things happening as the different years.
Eric, or do you mind going back to the voter turnout slide?
Yep.
Please. So this shows that the last election in 22, larger turnout than usual, right?
Correct.
So then you go to 19, 2016. Just looking at that, the 16.9% turnout is kind of average, right? Sometimes it's even a little
probably less.
Okay.
And it just depends on, like it said in the mayor, if it's the mayor's race, it's always going to be a little more. If it's just one ward or two wards, then it's going to be a smaller turnout.
Yeah. So looking at this, I guess for me, the competing interests are, the additional cost going to the county for their administering this versus an increase in turnout and convenience and accessibility for the voters of Sturgis. But then it makes me also think, well, will people take the time to go, stop both places, or, would we have to completely have it in the county's, area of operations so it is all one stop? Those are kind of the big questions for me right now.
It is. If we had to have it in the mead room, would they come into the mead room, or would they just go, you know what I mean? You'd almost have, so I don't know.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would have to have 4 tables, you know what I mean, to make room. So, and we've all been in there when that's the county doing it, and it's fairly packed.
But I think too there could kind of be a reverse also, in that the years where there's only a school board election, I'm pretty certain that the turnout on those years isn't what everyone hopes for either. So maybe having a municipal election at the same time, you know, again, the voter turnout, could that be increased with the city's participation in that?
And I guess we can go back and forth. I mean, that's a question that came up. We can go back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, if essentially every year we're starting the process. So like every year the council would have to have that January 14th deadline on deciding on if they want the June election, and then providing that resolution. And then we'd have an agreement every year with either the county, the school board, or both.
Sure.
Just kind of figuring out the logistics and how cost is shared, and just hammering out the real fine details. And also, if we would use like the county's machines, but it's not a county year, that would be a separate agreement with probably separate costs, and
Sure.
something that we'd have to work closely with the county on. But it would really have to get to the nuts and bolts. But every year we could switch. I mean, it might create confusion in the long run if we're shifting from April to June to April to
Yeah.
June.
Muddy the waters tremendously. It would-
Yeah,
it'd be
I
too
mean,
much,
it's
in my
best
opinion.
to keep consistent.
I think so too. And what, for absentee balloting, would we still do our own, or would that also fall under the county's?
It would fall under the counties. Once we went with just the school, then that's who we'd have to determine is going to take care of that. But it would be taken care of by the county.
Okay.
And with the dates for the absentee ballots, is a specific statute for cities that provides a minimum of 15 days.
Sure.
Which we commonly use in April just because of the time frame from the nomination petitions to absentee. However, normally the county has to run the 46-day out, and we can do that. We have a lot of flexibility within that. Essentially, that 15-day acts as a minimum, and then there's the 46 max, so we could run it anywhere in that process.
Sure. Well, I think weather, you know, I mean, that's kind of a factor for anyone who's tried to do petitions in February, and you've got, you know, blizzard coming in, or even a blizzard affecting the April election. I think that's been a concern once or twice. So, I don't know. A lot to think about, Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion from council?
I think we need to put together a list of pros and cons so that it's documented.
We could send this out because we do have some pros and cons in here, and this, you know, gives you what we could come up with. So we can sure send that out to everyone tomorrow.
Anything else from
What's our
council?
turnaround on this?
Well, we'd have to decide by January 14th if we're going to change it for the next year.
Yeah, or the first meeting in
Yeah.
in January.
So it'll be pretty soon.
We got a little time yet.
Very little, but yes.
Wouldn't the first move be reaching out to the county to see if they're even willing to, and the school as well?
First, to decide if we want to move forward or which direction we're going.
Appreciate it, Eric. We will consider further.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Eric.
This adjourns the work session part of our meeting tonight. It is 6:32, so we're a little bit behind schedule, but I think it makes sense to take a 5-minute break if people need to, and we'll reconvene the regular meeting here in 5 minutes at 6:37. So we'll take a small recess here.
Go to intermission. Are we going to be able to go back?
consent, we have a couple options there. We can either take a moment and have the opportunity to read them, or just remove it and put it on with the next minutes when the opportunity to read them is there too. But something we can tackle that consent for sure. Any other discussion on the agenda? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed and no. That motion carries. I think Preston's still on mute over there on the phone. All right. Thanks, Preston. That motion carries. Item 5 is Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand, remove cover, and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Item 6 is public comment. Slightly different here. I'll just mention we have both the comments available from the public for the possible race, the possibility of moving the election, and then also we're going to do 6.3, which is other matters before the council in this section also tonight. So item 6.1 is discussion from the public on the feasibility and desirability of holding a American Flat Track event during the second weekend of the rally. We, in anticipation of people wanting to talk, we asked people to sign up, so I'll just go down the order that they're written. Francie R. Alberts is up first as a resident. Her statement is possibly on both. Francie, you still want to speak to the race topic? No, I'll talk to the council individually. Madison Pankratz for the downtown race. Come on up and join us. Please state your name, and you're welcome to speak, Madison.
Hello, my name is Madison Pankratz, and I'm here on behalf of Black Hills Rally in Gold. Working in the retail industry of the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally really puts us on the front line of hearing attendees' opinions. Although each year it is a diverse group of motorcycle enthusiasts, one thing remains consistent among the bulk of them. Motorcycle rally attendants do not particularly love change. Traditions, certain collections, and high expectations when it comes to their annual visit. One of my primary concerns about continuing on with the supermoto race during the rally is that the traditional rallygoers will not come downtown for that Saturday, or that they will be disappointed because they won't be getting the same historic Main Street lined with motorcycles that they have come to expect. Many customers scout through stores during rally week searching for the products they like, and then they come back Saturday to make their final purchases before leaving town. I believe this event will make parking downtown near impossible, change the image of the historic Main Street picture, and turn away the traditional wave of customers that we have come to expect from the last weekend of the rally. Now, the motocross industry is something that I have come to love. My boyfriend races dirt bikes, and we love attending local motocross races and being a part of the motocross community. Personally, I think this is a great event, and I would love to see it take place just outside of the rally. However, I will not support jeopardizing the level of sales that we have come to expect the last weekend of the rally. In the past, when the city hosted the Downtown Supermoto event, our sales were very low. The day of the race, September 7, 2019, our sales were lower than the Saturday before and the Saturday after. In comparison, in 2020, when we no longer had the event, our sales were 3 times higher that same weekend. Having the race downtown made our business an island where customers could not go back and forth. In addition to decreasing our sales, it also requires lots of cleaning after the fact. Dust came in every time the door opened. Although it wasn't very cost effective for us, we still enjoyed this event because we were told it was bringing people downtown. I want to emphasize that we are not against moving forward with this, but we are just against sacrificing our busiest sales days of the year to try something new. I'd really urge each of you to strongly consider all viewpoints when you're making this decision. However, local businesses have the most stake in the game when it comes to how this decision could impact our livelihood. Being open year-round is something we pride ourselves on, but the revenue from the rally often carries us through the rest of the year. Since we also wholesale merchandise to temporary vendors during that time, no matter where you host the event along Main Street, it will directly impact our sales volume. The days of the rally are limited, and our exposure to that much foot traffic doesn't occur any other time of year. It is our job to capitalize on that. However, it is the job of our whole community to make Sturgis a year-round destination, and I think this event could aid in that mission, just maybe at a later time. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Miss Madison, you referenced twice the races downtown. Were those motocross races downtown?
It was the supermoto.
Supermoto.
Yep.
Just checking.
Okay.
Thank you, Madison.
Yeah.
Good job too, by the way.
Tessa, we have you next up on the list. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tessa Gunderson, and I'm going to reiterate a little bit of what Madison said because we're both coming from the same viewpoint, but I think it's important. So I'm also speaking on behalf of Black Hills Rally and Gold. The race that is being proposed will directly impact our business in a number of ways, so I just want to highlight those. First, shutting down streets for a race creates an island inside the track, like Madison said. Customers have very little access to those businesses on race day. During previous downtown races, our store was on the inside of the island, and these were some of the worst sales days of our month, as it took real effort for customers to cross the street in between races. We didn't complain, as we hoped that the event was good for the city as a whole, but losing sales like that on the last day of the rally would be a different story. We do have one booth that would be inside the proposed track during the rally, and our main store and other booths are on the outside of the track, but would also be impacted by attendees standing to watch a race rather than shop. Shutting down the streets will also result in blocks of no parking. Staff and visitors would have to park very far away to access Main Street. Staff would have to make the effort to find parking farther away as they have to come to work. However, bikers and tourists might decide it isn't worth the effort to park so far away and may skip coming downtown altogether. Not to mention, when bikers come to the rally, they would like to take a ride down legendary Main Street. If they were here for only the weekend, the street would be blocked and they would not get that experience. Saturday is generally the day that things taper off downtown, hence the reason you're proposing the race. This is in large part due to people needing at least one day of travel to return home for work or school on Monday. Holding a race does not change when people have to travel. Their reservations have likely been booked for the year, and many will be leaving Saturday, event or not. A Saturday event is also an issue for our local staff. Many of them have regular jobs to get back to on Monday, and they appreciate having Sunday off to recuperate. If the streets are closed Saturday, it would make it difficult to close down booths on Saturday night, resulting in many people having to work on Sunday. As a business that relies on the rally to succeed, we can totally appreciate the effort to keep strong attendance numbers into the final week of the event. We just don't think this is the solution to the dwindling end of week attendance issues. No matter what the official dates are of the rally, bikers and rally visitors have started trending to visiting for the first weekend. As a business, we have accepted this, and we have adapted to schedule staff accordingly to maximize our sales when tourists are here. By the end of rally, we are all okay with it being over for the year. We appreciate that our bustling rally town is back to the small town we love by Monday. All of this is not to say that we are opposed to the Supermoto event in general. We are always in favor of events that are good for Sturgis, even if they don't directly benefit our store. We would be open to the opportunity to hold this event at an alternate time of year. And a few final concerns, and I think some of them were addressed tonight, but the sheer logistics of holding an event this size during an event this size of the rally, many of the other things you've talked about happening all over are events that happened, but not during another event that's already happening. So I would love to hear how the city planners and police feel about this addition to their workload during the rally. Also, the financial piece never really was like, I know you can't talk about it because it's sponsorship, but like never was said what it's going to cost. So it would be interesting to know what the actual benefit is beyond that, if there's a profit or if you're just trying to break even. And then lastly, which wasn't discussed after this last year and our horrific weather, what if it rains and you've done all this work and it rains? Is motocross something that can happen during inclement weather? Thank you.
Bernie, you still wanting to speak on the race? Dean, you want to speak on the race?
Good evening, Council. My name is Dean Kinney. I'm the President and CEO of the Home Slice Group. We have the Loud American Roadhouse. We have the Loud American Roadhouse on Main Street here in Sturgis. A couple of things I would like to say. First of all, I think our business commends all of you for trying to work on the second weekend. I think the second weekend has been something we all do need to try to improve. We've noticed a change in that is somewhat dramatic. I don't think it's really gotten worse, but it dropped off pretty precipitously a number of years ago and hasn't really come back. We've had the benefit, of course, of the first weekend being huge and getting bigger all the time, and the week before it getting bigger all the time. So I applaud the efforts to come up with some new ideas. I also have as someone that grew up here, I have a soft spot in my heart for the racing too. Spent every summer of my childhood at the short track and the half mile watching flat track racing. Love the sport. We had a similar experience surrounding the Supermoto when it was here. Now, we understand that this is an entirely different class of racing than what the Supermoto event was, but nevertheless, the Supermoto, for all the fun of it, wasn't particularly helpful to business and largely, I would say, hurt our business compared to those same days in subsequent years when there wasn't a Supermoto race, not unlike what Tessa and her team have suggested. And I think that it did not draw the kinds of crowds that people believed it would. And I think one of the reasons for that is pretty difficult to view the event, and I have that concern here as well. You can see the part that is directly in front of you, but you can't really understand where everybody is in the race or how the race is coming or really understand the pace of the race the way you can if you can see the full track. So while it might be entertaining to people that would see it on television, people that would come downtown would only see a very small piece of it because their views are blocked for the majority of the track, making it difficult to tell what's going on at any given moment. One of the things that concerns me most about what you all are planning right now is that, to my knowledge, virtually none of the businesses have been consulted about how this might impact them. I feel like you're getting ready to make a decision on this as early as the next meeting, and I have been unable to find business people that have any real understanding of what the plan is or how it would impact their business, even to the extent of some saying they don't know if they're for it or against it because they don't know anything about it. And I feel like it's unthinkable when you know you have businesses downtown that would not be able to stay open year-round but for what they do during the rally. These days are so crucial to us. It's not just about the rally. It puts the money in the bank that keeps these businesses open in January and February and March. And to think about doing something so dramatic without even consulting the businesses that will pay the bill for it or reap the benefit, and they don't have anything, they don't know either way how they feel about it, seems like we're getting the cart ahead of the horse. I think, you've heard me say this before, but I think the Main Street, the iconic look of Sturgis Main Street is the single most important thing to our brand. I think everyone that comes to the rally, even if they spend their whole time out at the Buffalo Chip, they come downtown at least once because you weren't here unless you see the famous Sturgis Main Street. And to risk altering that for any reason is an extreme brand risk, in my opinion. I've spent my life in marketing. I think it is an enormous brand risk to desert a couple of blocks of your Sturgis Main Street in an effort to see something that may or may not happen. To the extent you're hell-bent, for lack of a better term, to do this, it is our feeling that Sunday would be the far better day. Way less risk on Sunday. It's still a good day. It's still better than any other day except for the other rally days, but it's not great. On Sunday, we feel you could afford to take a risk. The businesses could afford to take a risk. You would still have people that could come to town that weekend, see downtown on Saturday in all of its glory, and then be there Sunday for the race, an entirely different look. And then we really do get the business all the way through the final weekend. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean. We got Mark Brook next on the list, if he's still willing to speak. He's sitting back down. San, you're on here also, sir. Come on up.
San Monahan, representing Tom's Teas, and I don't have a lot to add. Everybody did a great job here. I would echo everything that they said and the concerns that they have. Again, with the Supermoto, and I know it's not the exact same event as the Supermoto, but with the Supermoto, what was it, 2-3 years that they had that? We did see a significant decrease in sales during that time frame, and it was only because the streets are available, or the sidewalks are available, and the crossings, they were there. Everything was put in place to get people across there, but it just wasn't there. The traffic flow, the people weren't willing to cross the streets, and the ones that were, they were there to for the spectator part of it and not to shop. And when when they'd come through, it would almost create a wall to where people wouldn't even look at the stores. They'd just keep on going. I do appreciate the new perspective that council's looking at with this and the event that they're trying to do. I respect what they're trying to do. I think it's great to have some new ideas, but the timing is tough at the very end, and maybe like Dean said, maybe Sunday, if even, and that's difficult. It depends on, also one of the things that it depends on is public safety. If this is a sport that they're anticipating, an influx of 10,000 people or 20,000 people or 5,000, whatever the number they're anticipating, you pack that many more people onto the streets and you bring in that much more traffic. Where are those cars, where are those bikes going to go? And if it's shoulder to shoulder spectators down the streets, what do you do in the event of mass casualty? If, God forbid, something bad happens, how do you get your law enforcement in there? How do you get your emergency vehicles in there? I know that they are talking about opening up streets if an ambulance or fire needs to get in there, but in the event of something catastrophic. You have to look at all angles, the emergency aspect of it, and the business aspect of it. You have, I don't know how many vendors that there are in that section of Main Street, but City Council, you guys could see a riot of vendors coming in complaining that, I lost everything on the last few days. Those are our sale days that we blow everything out. Now we can't sell anything, and they're storming the door here at City Hall demanding, their money back or whatever. I think that with City Council, like Dean said, there needs to be a little bit more open dialogue with City Council, the committees, and the downtown businesses that are here. There's very few of us left, and we do rely on the week of the rally in the summer months to make our money. And to throw a curveball in it like this, there's a lot of what ifs. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Ann. That is the list to its entirety on the public comment on the race section. Does anybody want to speak to desirability and feasibility of moving the municipal election from April to June?
Francie Rubel-Alberts, and I appreciate your presentation. I think you have huge issues facing you on moving this election. I like to see lots of people turn out for the election, but if you're going to try to make that decision between now and January, you have a lot of issues that have to be dealt with because you have elections at different times. And if you all decide to move it in June, and then you have a year when you're not doing it because you don't have elections every 3 years. You have city council elections, and I thought they were every year because they have 9 on there. And then you have the county elections, which are every other year. And I'm not sure but what you want to and study it for a year, which may be a cop-out, but I think it would be an easier way than handling it. And for heaven's sakes, I suggest you use that machine at the county to count. Because hand counting, if you've never worked an election, is a god-awful experience.
Speaking from experience.
Yes.
But you do it so well, Francie.
Any other discussion on the possibility of moving the election? Bernie's decided to speak to this.
Bernadette Usera. The last time I spoke with you, I definitely was in favor of combining the county and the city election and the school board, you know, as one. But after hearing your take on it, I have changed my mind. I don't, it's such, I really want people to come out and vote. And I've thought, okay, this is a chance to increase that. But I don't think it's going to make any difference. And therefore, thanks, Faye. Yeah. So, again, I am not in favor of combining the elections.
Any other discussion on that topic? Item 6.3 is other matters that come before the council. Non-agenda items, not race connected or election connected. Anything for tonight's meeting? None being heard. Item 7 is announcements and praise. I'd like to take a moment and pray if you'd like to join me. Heavenly Father, may we humble ourselves and just truly appreciate the ability to come to you in prayer. May we have clarity and confidence in your sovereignty and know that it is all because of you. And may we live each day for your glory and to raise the name of Jesus. In his name I pray. Amen. Item 7.1 is Mayor's Proclamation for Fall Small Business Saturday. I didn't bring it in this packet that I have. I will speak to it briefly, but we don't have to read through it. It's something I've done for a long time here now. It's a nationwide push for communities and municipalities to say it's important for the small businesses in our towns. Please go out and shop on them on Saturday after Black Friday. Shopping local is important. Item 7.2 is Thanksgiving holiday closures. It does mess up the week significantly coming here this coming week. Also, the community center is closed on Thursday from 11 to 2. There will be a community Thanksgiving meal there that is put on by the Alliance of Churches. Upcoming holiday events are included in the packet. There's quite a bit there, and we read through them last time, so I'm not going to read through them this time, but it certainly a lot of activities that go on in our community at this time of year. Does council have anything to add to announcements and praise? Pretty inclusive list, but we may have missed something. None being heard. Item 8 is department update. And Chris is here to speak about the library if our technology works, which we're still on the screen. So, Mr. Hahn, I'll turn it over to you, sir, when you're ready.
All right. Does anybody have any overdue books they want to turn in? I'll waive the fines.
I saw something
Promise.
on the news where someone turned in a book to St. Paul Public Library,
Yes.
100 years past due.
Yeah. Yes. Pretty amazing. Here, do you want to try this?
No, yeah, it's just being crabby.
Okay.
His Microsoft isn't registered, so I can't advance it. We'll just do this.
Mac is great.
Here. While you're doing that, I'll do this, and we'll see if it'll come up.
Normally, I would say Mac is great.
No? Okay. All right. Okay, no worries. It's all good. colleague of mine used to say, live by technology, die by technology. And that's definitely true. Good evening. I'm Christopher Hahn. I'm the director of the library. I'd like to start by thanking the mayor and the council, and actually the community members, for their support of the library. It really is pretty amazing. Something I hear over and over by visitors and residents is how wonderful our library is, how great it is, and I would like to take all the credit for that. However, we all know that it's not me. It's the staff. It does a great job, and I'm lucky to work with them on a daily basis. Just to give you some statistics of what's been going on in the library this year, the number of Meade County residents that have a library card is actually up a little bit. It was a little under 40% last year. This year we're up to 42%, which is about the average for the state. So that's a nice bump. We have about, so far this year, all these statistics are up through either the end of October or yesterday. 32,000 books have been checked out of the library, 4,500 audiobooks, DVDs, or other items. We do have a library of things, so if you need to check the radon in your house, you can check a radon detector out from us. If you have a problem with your car, you can check out our code reader. We have a ghost hunting kit, if that's an issue you have to deal with. We just got a small drone if you're interested in learning how drones work. We have a small one that you don't need a license to run. So we're expanding what we have that way as well. Libby, which is our ebook and our audiobook checkout, is up to 23,000 this year, which is pretty substantial over last year. I think we had about 4,000 or 5,000 less. And our interlibrary loan, where you can get items that we don't have here in our library, is sitting at about 6,000. So our circulation statistics are doing well. They're up a little bit from last year, so that's great. Programming is a big focus for us. Those of you that come to programs regularly know there's something going on quite often for all age groups. Not just kids or teens. So far this year, we've had 262 programs, and about 4,000 people have been served in those programs. So that's a pretty high number, probably higher than a lot of the libraries in the area. But again, that's something that we really work on developing. Computer usage is way up over last year. It's easy to think that everybody has access to the web, whether it's through a smartphone or a computer, but there are a number of people in the community who have neither. They don't have smartphones, they don't have computers, so they come to the library, get on our computers, check their email, fill out job applications, file their taxes. They do all sorts of things. And so we're up to 8,000 hours of computer usage this year. So about 25 plus hours per day, we've got people on our computers using them in various ways. 20,000 sessions on our outdoor Wi-Fi. That's not people that come into the library to do things, but people that are outside the library using the free Wi-Fi. We're at about 20,000 sessions. It's down a little bit from last year, but still pretty close. So that is being used quite a bit as well. Our research questions or reference questions or technology questions are all, well, we've got about 650 right now, which is down a little bit, but that may bump up. We track that manually, and so we're not always completely accurate on that, but it's still a fair amount of questions that we're asked all the time. Going back to technology, part of that 8,000 hours, or some of this would be outside of that, is people that come in to print something. Every day we've got somebody running in, can I print something off my phone? So far this year we've printed 12,000 pages, some for us, some for people in the community that come in. So we do quite a bit of that because there really isn't any place else that they can get that. We've sent 800 faxes for people so far this year, and we've scanned and emailed about 2,800 pages to people who need a document they got in the mail that they have to send off or whatever and need it scanned. So we're doing a lot of things outside of what you would think normally happens in a library. We're happy to do it, and it's definitely a service that is being used quite a bit. So that's numbers. So things are looking pretty good as far as usage of the library. Libby, which is our online ebook and audiobook service, which the Black Hills Library Consortium uses, so everybody in the area, continues to grow. Like I said, we had 19,000 uses, 19,000 checkouts last year. We're already up to, 24, 22 this year. So anybody that has a library card can use it. And it's continuing to be more and more popular. We're investigating adding video usage to that as well, because Libby has a component where you can look at movies. I'm not sure we'll do that or not. The expense might be more than it's worth. We're finding that most of the stuff that they offer can be found on other services. But anyway, it's something we're looking into as we continually decide where we're going to go with the online aspect of the library. Some of the things that we do, these are some of the programs that we offer on a regular basis. On the left side are the kids stuff. We have baby and toddler story time, pre-K story time. Mega Monday does a variety of things for teens to come in and middle school kids. Our coding club has become really popular. In fact, we're going to expand that. It's for middle school and high school. We're going to expand that to K through 3. There's a program that is designed to teach little kids how to code, and so that's going to be happening in the future. We've got, as you can see, lots of stuff. Needs and Noodles is great because that is actually a life skills class for teenagers. They come in and they learn about how to, use a bank account, how to budget, how to do all sorts of things. And they do it while they cook ramen and eat it. So that's the noodles part. Sometimes it's how to cook. I mean, that was one of the first ones, is this is how you cook. And so we have some induction stovetops, and they come in and they cook some ramen and learn how to be citizens. So that's been really successful as well. Of course, summer reading program is a big part of what we do. On the right side, you can see some of the adult Sawmill last Friday. We had about 62 people show up for that. It was a great presentation. So we're continuing to do all sorts of stuff. Sierra, our programming librarian, has all sorts of stuff already for next year. We are doing a presentation next week called Hooters. And it's actually partnering with the Black Hills Raptor Center. So there will be hopefully an owl or two, and some stories about birds. And so that should be interesting. We've got a murder mystery night coming up, a Lego competition, art program for teens and adults, a puzzle race where you eat pie and try to put together puzzles in teams within a certain amount of time. I already talked about the coding club. So just tons of stuff going on. So hopefully we're working on getting the word out more and more, so more and more people know what we're doing. We have someone who comes, I'll brag a little bit, someone who comes from Spearfish and brings her granddaughter because she likes our programs a little better than theirs. Nothing against Spearfish, because they have some great programming as well, but it's nice to see people coming here specifically for the programming. The last thing to talk about today, we do go over our policies and procedures on a monthly basis. We have all our policies are split up amongst the year, and we look at them continually to see if there's anything we need to adjust, anything we need to clean up wording, or if there's something we want to change. We take those changes, we present them to the library board, and then the library board decides if that's a policy that we need to change or if it needs to stay the same. Our policies are posted on the library website. They're also available in the library for anybody that wants to look at them. One of the policies that I want to call your attention to, and I think it was included in your packet, is the library's collection policy. We reviewed it recently. I bring it to your attention as this has become a pretty volatile issue lately. And our book and periodical selection is done by professional librarians. Every family and reader is different, and our collection contains a variety of materials. Criteria for collection include authenticity, technical quality, content, appropriateness, potential use, timeliness, and price. Our collection policy describes how and why we choose the titles we include, where they're placed in the children's area for picture books, juvenile, and young adult, which is our middle school titles. Our juvenile nonfiction is all in our children's area. Our teen fiction, our teen nonfiction is upstairs in one section. Our adult fiction is downstairs in the main library, and our adult nonfiction is upstairs. So our collection is placed throughout the library basically by age. The policy also includes how we maintain the collection and also the procedure for challenging titles. That's all available in our policy, and it's all set up and pretty clear. Our other, like I said, our other policies are in there and as well. And yeah, does anybody have any questions about anything? I know I blew through it pretty quickly, but I know you guys have important things to deal with.
Well, this is important also for sure, Mr.
Well,
Hotz. We appreciate it.
I think so, but yeah.
And certainly a hub of activity is the City of
It's
Sturgis
exciting
Library.
to see everybody coming in, yeah. Yeah, it's a fun place to be.
We appreciate what you do.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to say that I agree with Chris. The staff that you guys have in place is great. My boys love coming to the library. The summer reading program and the prizes that you guys are able to get together for that are second to none for something of that nature for a library. It's great. They look forward to doing it, and it's a really good time. Legos, and they enjoy the facility and the people.
Yeah, and the great thing about those summer prizes is that's money that's donated to us. So we're able to get some pretty great prizes because Sierra does a great job of fundraising for us. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Mr. Hahn.
All right. Thank you.
Item 9 is City Manager's report by the transition team, which only includes one topic tonight, which is September sales tax. So I'll send it to you, Faye.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sales for the month of September 2023 were 4.26 lower than September of 2022. Sales for the first 9 months of 2023 were up 5.92% compared to the same time period in 2022. January through September represents 79% of the total sales in 2022. The current trend would provide a deficit in the general fund of $2,392 in 2023. For the Triple B, for the month of September, 2023, these tourism-related sales were higher by 9.5% than in September of 2022. Sales for the first 9 months of 2023 were up 10.38% higher than the same time period in 2022. January through August represented 83% of our total sales in 2022. The current trend would provide a surplus in the Triple B fund of $36,918. Any questions?
Faye, we talked last month about including the hard numbers. I mean, the graphs and charts are fine and sensational.
Okay.
But how much? Nowhere in there does it say how much we actually collected.
Okay, and I could sure do that. I mean, it's easy to do. I mean, I sent it to you. That afterwards, I sent that to you.
One month, yes,
yeah.
Yes.
The 2 months, you wanted July and August.
I'm not.
Okay, and I can sure do that. I'll just include what the sheet that comes from the state, which I gave you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
IT's back up and running. Any other discussion on sales tax or questions for Faye? 3/4 of the year. Brings us to item 10, which is consent calendar. We have 10.1, which is consideration of it. 10.2 is the minutes from last meeting, which, as was previously discussed, not included in the packet, so they were handed out here and are available, but not included. We have a professional agreement. We have setting a public hearing. We have 3 resolutions for plats. A correction on 10.7 is it's 2023-52 for the Kim Ford resolution for a typo correction. And then setting a public hearing and consideration of a public hearing for the renewal of a liquor license at the next meeting. Does council wish to remove any of those items and discuss them individually from the consent?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remove 10.9 for more clarification.
Any other items?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, that one was supposed to be removed, wasn't it?
I can't speak to that. I was going to mention that on page 2 of the agenda, you have item 10.10
Yep.
as well.
Which is the letter of support for the Medicare. Yep. So we have a request to remove 10.9 for a little further clarity. Is there a request from council to remove any other 10.1 through 10.10? How about anybody in the public discuss any of those items individually from the consent?
What is, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
What is 925 deadly without getting my cell phone out?
We'll hold on here.
Okay.
So Kevin, is that a motion with the consent?
Yes, I'll make the motion to approve the consent calendar minus 10.9.
Got a first by Kevin minus 10.9. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Got a second by Tony. Any last discussion? Motion on the floor is to approve consent minus 10.9. All those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed to no.
No.
So let's do a roll call since we have. Mike, we'll start with you for a roll call.
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
I'm yes. Becca?
Yes.
Dean?
No.
And Preston? So roll call on the consent calendar. It passes with the motion on the floor. Leaves us item 10.9. This is just to set a public hearing for the future. But Kevin, you have a specific question, or are you just looking for a little clarity on? And Mike had a question on what's 925 Dudley also.
I think I might have the same question as Mike. 925 Deadly appears to be a residential address, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure how if.
You're going to put a liquor license there?
It's an inactive license. It's a license from the out east, the Thunderdome, the Beaver Bar. Thank you. So it's inactive license. She is not using it. It's basically, when she was moving it right after the rally, the state, I contacted the state because she wanted to move it to the 103 David, and the state said that's fine. We can just do that because it's an inactive license. We then said that we did not want it to be at the 103 David Drive, and so the state said that we would need to go through a transfer. She needed to get another address, and the address she came up with was 925 Dudley Street.
I don't see the difference between residential districts. We're moving it from from one residential district to another residential district. Is that the way you see it, Kevin?
At home.
Yeah.
Yeah, the state has no problem with that, but like I said, it is
up to us.
Actually, is there a 925 Dudley Street? Because when I looked that up,
Yes, there
it
is.
plotted not on a home, but
Empty lot or what?
an empty lot.
I thought it was a tree house.
Okay.
It's a tree house. When I looked it up, that's what the GIS showed me.
Leslie Beaver will be here on the 4th.
So this is just setting it.
Correct.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. Any other discussion?
I think she has some place they want to move it. It's just not coming available on a commercial property.
And she'll be here to speak to that on the
She will be.
consideration date.
Well, those licenses are definitely limited in our community. And
Oh, man.
having them inactive doesn't help us well.
And I like I said, I think that's why she's coming. She's from Florida, and so she is coming here.
Any other discussion on 10.9? Is there a motion to set this public hearing?
Move to approve special meeting.
We have a first by Mike to approve the setting the public hearing. Is that what I heard over there? Yep.
Yeah.
Got a first by Mike,
Second.
second by Dean. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no.
I want to hear this.
There'll be a public hearing on December 4th. Item 11 is approval of the claims. There was one situation in sponsorship where there was a Black Hills Energy bill that was moved out of sponsorship and put in the appropriate line item, but when these were posted, it was incorrect, but that has been corrected.
This morning, yes.
Yep. Any questions, comments, concerns on anything in the claims tonight from council? How about anybody in the public? Anyone willing to make a motion? Oh, Bernie's coming up, and I see you sneaking up here. Oh, it's coming all apart here on me.
On page 2, mayor and council, I was just wondering, we have 2 attorneys on board, but then you're using Costello, Porter Law Firm, for professional legal services, $4,500. Why is that?
I'll have you answer that, Mark, just so I answer it with the quick legal. Outside.
Thank you for the question. That was to conduct a confidential investigation into a personnel matter that I had a conflict on.
Page 5. The city manager, okay, is the city manager's office not being used, or is it, if not, why are these charges? I was looking at, like, the Coca-Cola bottling company, and then this, is it Neshu Energy?
New Synergy.
Yeah. And then insurance, and of course, you may have told me about this insurance before, but for instance, it's like $2.25, $2.25, what is that?
So we do have an employee that comes out of the city manager. It's the executive assistant upstairs. And so those are the benefit charges. The New Synergy is our HRA as well as our flexible spending account. So those are just the administration fees for that. And then the Coca-Cola is the same thing that's being split.
Is
The
it,
conference was a safety conference that employee,
the
went to.
say that again?
The safety conference, that was the conference that employee went to. So those are all related to the non-city manager employee that comes out of that budget, that executive assistant.
Who's the non-city employee?
Joyce, non-city manager.
Not the city manager.
Not the city manager,
within
but the
that-
executive
within
assistant.
that budget.
So it's Joyce.
And it's only a portion.
It
of
is just a
Joyce.
portion. It's,
Yes.
it's
Dave
split
pays for
up.
part of her as well.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the information technology, who is in charge of that?
Me. That's why I didn't leave.
All right, then.
Tag, you're in.
Did you have a question or just curious?
Curious.
That's me.
Okay, thanks.
Can't you tell how she gets our computer running? You know who I call is Lisa.
And she runs a house.
Yes.
She runs a trouble ticket from her cell phone down there to anywhere in the country.
Right.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead. Yep.
I had a couple coding things that I wanted to point out or actually question. Page 5, we've got IT bills for items that are in rallying events, monitors, things like that. Don't those come out of the rally and events budget rather than the IT budget?
No, when we set this up, the IT technology, everything comes out, anything in general fund comes out of here. So my computers, anybody's computers comes out of here, and then anything like with Double Star, our IT person, comes out of this budget here, the IT budget.
Well, then on page 10, under rally and events, there's a computer mouse that was included, so it doesn't
Okay.
seem like it's
Totally correct.
consistent.
Yeah.
Okay, and like I said, we have brand new people trying to do this coding, Kevin, and it's tough. They don't understand. I mean, they've never done governmental coding before, and so we can share that. Let's see, which one is it?
Rushmore office on page 10.
Okay, yep, I've got.
Page 6, buildings. ANT program is in supplies when looks historically that's repairs and maintenance.
More supplies, computer. Yeah, that one should be moved. And then you said one in buildings.
Yes, on page 6.
Okay.
But not IT, but supply.
Not IT, that's in buildings.
Okay.
I mean, that's a service being provided, so that'd be repairs and maintenance rather than supplies.
And I'm sorry, which one? I was circling that other one. What was the one?
Rasmussen.
Echo Lab for.
Yeah, and I will see where it's being taken out of. A lot of these comes out of supplies too, supplies and materials. So, like I said, it just depends on how the budget's set up for that, and I'll check on that and see where it's been being taken out of Ecolab.
Well, then we have the same question on page 20 under liquor, where fuel is out of repairs and maintenance rather than supplies.
And that may be where he has it under his budget. Most everybody puts it under supplies, but some put it under repairs. It's wherever they do their budget at is generally, but I can sure look at it and see.
We should be consistent on that for sure.
Well, actually, when I first came here, I tried really hard to get that consistency, and I gave up.
Well, that consistency leads us to be responsible to the line item that leads us to sound budgeting practices.
Yeah, and I get you completely. Like I said, when I first came here, it bothered me very much. So
I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the claims? Public or council?
I have a general question. You talked about this, okay. I have a general question. You talked about the city manager budget and the things that are being used. Has anybody talked to the Supreme Court about making a decision on a city manager?
could you do that for us, Francis?
Yes.
I could. I'm not sure they'll pay attention and they may not like what I say, but
Okay, don't do that then.
okay. We're sitting with our hands tied until they make a decision. And I'm looking at how long it took them to make a decision dealing with Buffalo Chip. Is there some way we can ask them their status or put some pressure on them?
Let me back up, Marshall, briefly. You were a part of Buffalo Chip, just not as a city attorney. Buffalo Chip was 2 cases through the Supreme Court, so that's why it seemed extraordinarily long, which it was multiple years and seemed like forever. So please speak, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. The short answer is no. They cannot be pressured or prodded into speeding up a decision. They are the masters of their own calendar and the masters of their own agenda. And I've learned that one can draw no inferences from the length of time it takes to make a decision. I've also learned from unhappy experience that if a lawyer tries to prod and poke them into making a decision, sometimes that lawyer is met with an adverse decision.
So in other words, it'd be better if I did it.
I will leave that to your discretion.
Thank you.
And just, I guess, as for clarity and summary of the situation at hand, we are within the time frame where the possibility of a decision is upon us. When, we don't know, but we have reached the months that after all the time frames have been met, that a decision every Thursday, it's part of the process is to check to see what decisions were rendered. I agree. So, any other further discussion on the bills? Is there a motion on the floor? Yes. Is anybody willing to make a motion on the bill? First by Tony. Second by Becca. Any last discussion? Faye, you feel comfortable with the checking into the switching and which coding is there? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed and no. That motion carries unanimously. Bills are paid. Item 12 is reports. 12.1 is discussion. First step in the process of the ordinance process, which is ordinance 2023-05. This is the second supplemental appropriation. No action is anticipated. Per our ordinance process, we've implemented the plan to bring it forward to the public to at least have the acknowledgement of this ordinance out there and have a discussion possible if desired. Following that discussion at a future meeting, there would be first reading. If it made sense after that, there would be a second reading. After that, it would be posted in the paper for 20 days for a referral process. And if that doesn't occur, it would go into effect. So that is the ordinance process in a nutshell. Faye, I have you down as staff report for this, so I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. And I just noticed I grabbed the wrong resolution, so I'm not going to be able to speak to that resolution unless you could go ahead and pull it up for me, Dave, if you want to work on that while I work on the ordinance. If you could just go down to the bottom and grab it. I'm doing this in 2 different ways. When we get to the 4th, we'll do the ordinance separate from the resolution. The resolution, yep, go right there. Thank you. So the resolution will be separate. That is, of course, just one motion to approve that. I figured we might as well just go ahead and get them over with. This is usually December is when I do the resolution. As far as the ordinance goes, we have 5 different departments that I have found that we will need to supplement to make sure that we do not have negative balances at the end of the year. For mine, there's wages, overtime, health insurance, HSA expense, and training of $47,350. So for that, the wages payout of the staff retirement and overtime, staff attending council meetings, and then the union bonus also came out of overtime, and so does the other bonus that comes out. Health insurance was just underestimated, so $3,500. HSA is a new expense and was never budgeted for. And then training, our accounting people, Cassell, because I have new people in my office, I asked them to come, and that was the cost of them being here. And then city manager, we have the wages and the payout of $115,000, and the wages for the transition team, overtime, FICA, retirement, and group insurance all goes with the transition team. Insurance is $3,500, higher insurance rates than expected. Buildings, we did not budget enough in utilities. We only budgeted $93,000. Actually, in 2022, it was $138,000, so we missed that one completely. Auditorium, there was elevator repairs. 12th Street apartments is a TIF, and the Habitat for Humanity, that was never budgeted for, as we did not know when that was all going to happen, and so we are doing the budget for it now. Any questions?
Yeah, Faye, back when we were doing the budget in September, during council meeting, you mentioned that sponsorship was running in the red. I don't see.
And it is, but the budget, we have the sponsorship and the rally and events separate two budgets. In the end, as of December 31st, those will be combined, and that is how it is done. That's how my annual report is done. And so because you guys had made that supplement to the rally department of $200,000, the rally is sitting there with way over $200,000. And so if you combine those two, they will neither one will be as one, they will not have a negative balance. And that's, yeah.
Is that legal?
Oh, yeah, it's just an internal thing what we're doing. We're doing it with the community center and the recreation. We're also doing it now for animal shelter and police. But when it comes to the end of the day and we do the audit and the annual report, the animal shelter will be a part of the police department. But we're doing it internally just to see what we're spending on separate items.
You know, the council votes on those separately, and that's truly our budget. I mean, the council is responsible for approving the budget and following it through, and those are separate in our votes. So I'm definitely concerned that we treat this like a slush fund and combine those in the end. When I look at our budget amount, our third quarter report, and the expenditures October through November, based on the original budget, we are $137,000 in the red minus wages in sponsorship. And we have a remaining balance of $62,000 in rally and events, which you're correct with the supplement then that we added on top of that, which was $200,000. There are funds there, but those funds, that supplement was earmarked for promotion, not for paying standard bills in a separate budget. I definitely disagree with saying that we move those together.
Well, if we supplement the sponsorship, then we're overstating our budget. And I know you've talked about that when I give my ending budgets, that everything looks like we're doing great. So if I go and put another $100,000 into that, we're overstating that once you pull it all together. We're overstating that we need that money, and we don't need that money because that money is there in the rally. So why would we want to overstate our budget?
We're not overstating, we're
if we do a supplement, we are
accounting for the true expenditures in that line item, because this budget document doesn't show separate budgets.
I can do that. I just feel that that you guys would be overstating your budget. You're overstating it, because at the end that budget is combined.
It's not combined. It shows us two separate items.
In the annual report and in the audit.
The third quarter report had them separated.
But that's because we do it internally. Externally, the stuff that the outside people see is the audit and the annual report. So internally, we combine the community center and the recreation at the end. We'll combine the animal shelter and the police department, and we will combine the rally. And it's not me, it's the auditors and it's Department of Legislative Audit.
Yeah, but the auditor doesn't, or the audit company doesn't dictate our accounting
But the
process.
Department of Legislative Audit does.
We can set up those as we want. I still
and that's
have
internal.
problem. I mean, everything comes out of the general fund. So using that analogy, why do we have any budgets? Why are we supplementing anything? Because we can just pay it out of the bottom line in the general fund. I mean,
Because
it
we
does
have
not make
departments.
sense,
We
and
don't.
It's not transparent.
If you want me to go ahead and budget, I'll budget more. That's not an issue. Like I said, I just feel that it's overstating your budget.
Well, I think the difference is the fact that Kevin's trying to keep track from a monthly burn rate as we move through versus saying.
And that's why we have it separated.
Yeah, and as we look at it with the annual report and the legislative audit, as they're combined, it's truly not being, I think he stated, as true to the line item as we look for future budgets of what monies have we spent, what do we look for it when we start with a zero base budget, and what do we expect to spend in that coming year. I think that's not that we need to say $200,000 was supplemented for the rally department for the promotions, which certainly made it feasible for both those departments to be not below budget, but to keep a better track of the reason sponsorships in the red and rallies in the black is these reasons here. And so that can be, instead of just blending them together as the answer, saying we're okay here.
But at the end, you're going to be able to see that. When you go do the 2025 budget, if you go pull my reports from Cassell, you're going to see that sponsorship should have had more budget, and then you can react to that with the 2025 budget.
We're not overspent.
No, not in rally and events.
That's the big
and
problem.
sponsorship.
When you
We're not.
overspend your budget, then you got
Right.
an issue.
And those two are combined, and it's bottom line.
Well, we're overspent in sponsorship. And we voted individually on those. The budget that we
Whatever you
approved
want me to
has those itemized, not together, but separately. And along with, do we have cash unspent monies in any other budgets that we can anticipate being returned?
Well, yes, there's several of them that are only at like 70% of their budget, if even less. So there are several. I mean, like I said, there's only 5 that look like, that do need the supplement.
Which, if they go below the budgeted amount, that goes back into cash on hand, money
Correct.
unspent.
It stays in the general fund. Correct. It's just, through the last election, consistently through our meetings, we've talked about doing better and being more transparent and accountable, and I'm just wondering when we're going to start.
Any other discussion on ordinance proposed number 2023-05? Public or council?
And then sorry.
No action anticipated. Normal procedure would be following meeting for first reading, presented then, and the opportunity for further discussion if it isn't thought of tonight. Last call on final discussion.
And then will we discuss the resolution, Mayor?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. For next meeting.
For next meeting.
Yep. None being heard and no action on that item brings us to 12.2. This is consideration to sign the listing agreements for the Mecum Vegas auction. Lance, welcome back. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'm asking your consideration of the proposed consignment of 2 city-owned motorcycles for sale at the upcoming 2024 Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas, Nevada, on January 24th through the 27th. The intended sale units are a 2015 fully equipped Harley-Davidson Sturgis police motorcycle and a 2016 Victory Impulse, which is a rare limited production electric motorcycle. The proceeds from both being eligible for inclusion in the 2023 deferred match for the Sturgis Rally Endowment Fund. In addition to the auction sales in Las Vegas, the city would also be provided a prominent City of Sturgis Motorcycle Rally exhibit space at this event. This activation would accommodate the display of both of our motorcycles prior to their sale and allow city staff the opportunity to engage Mecum attendees in not only the promotion of these motorcycles, but also the 2024 and future rallies. Staff is requesting Council's permission to sign the necessary Mecum motorcycle listing agreements and provide the corresponding unit information for both the print and online auction catalogs. Thank you for your consideration.
Any questions for Lance? At this point from council.
Wouldn't the first step be to surplus the items? I mean, that,
Certainly possibilities.
Would that have to be in the new year?
We can surplus them whenever and have.
Surplus them now and sell them later?
Correct, yep. Right, Mark?
That is correct,
Yeah,
Mr.
we just
Mayor.
have to have the action.
I thought we had to disperse those in the same year.
Nope, just as long as they're surplused. I believe, Lance, part of the situation is to get the listing situation with Mecum handled, and part of the online catalog and the printed catalog is part of the situation.
That's correct. To advertise the sale of those 2 motorcycles and allow them to be seen by as many people as possible, potential buyers.
But procedurally, yes,
and
there's more process.
State law is clear on declaring it surplus through this board.
Yep, it would be on a list for sure. We'd have to declare.
So I'm not sure how we can commit to how we're going to sell them until they actually have been successfully surplused.
I don't think that is a legal concern, Mr. Forrester.
So
if you elect not to surplus them, we simply won't sell them.
We wouldn't put them on the, yeah.
And then that leads to additional discussions on Mecum contracts and, you know, how all of this is actually working, what they're waiving. As a member of this elected board, I've never seen anything on a Mecum contract, so I'm not comfortable making any decisions without any knowledge about what we're getting and why we're getting it and how we're getting it.
Specific to relationship with Mecum, you're saying?
Of course, previous public meeting, it was stated that it was a $50,000 contract with Mecum. And, you know, that would mean that it was above the 30,000 limit.
I believe that's a misstatement.
A misstatement?
Absolutely a misstatement. Previously, it was stated that the benefit to the city was that amount.
But the
there
actual
was not
contract,
a contract for that amount.
Under the 30,000 threshold.
At any rate, I'm not sure how we can line up with Mecum when we still have unanswered questions from our previous Mecum transactions.
Well, I think part of the sponsorship agreement would shed light on this. Obviously, being a proprietary information, it might make sense to include it in the executive session discussion and table this at whether later in the meeting or later on as the options.
You know, it'd be nice to know how many motorcycles we have and how many we're selling. Is this the end of it?
I would say the intent, the city of Sturgis would probably never run out of motorcycles. I don't think there would be an end, for example. This being a unique year with the police bike being an opportunity to auction, definitely a high interest piece from across the board.
Of course, it could be the end if the city elected not to take in-kind contributions as a part of a sponsorship agreement, and if the city elected to decline donations from donors.
That would be a separate discussion on how far we're willing to go and how much money we're willing to spend to collect those sorts of things. And that on expenses as well. Are we unfettered on making these donations? And it's definitely not against charities, but it's all about responsibility of taxpayer monies. The money's paid by our hardworking taxpayers that are going into these programs. So if we're not clear on it, I'm not sure how we can vote on it.
Is it a matter of a level of trust, or is it a matter of clarity? Are we not being transparent enough? I mean, I don't know. I never saw it as an issue before. It may be, but
well, accountability of costs is what it boils down to, and adherence to our state laws as a component of that. But in public session, council president reported that, you know, our last Mecum sale had roughly $16,000 worth of expenses, which a city attorney report indicated much less than that. Neither one of them can I ratify with wages. And so when we're talking about a $20,000 sale item that we're investing an additional $20,000 in staff time and hard costs on top of to gain back an in-kind addition to our endowment that is deferred, you know, we're giving up our tax dollars today for the hope that we get payoff tomorrow. And I'm not sure that everybody understands that, and for sure the public doesn't understand that.
Back to item 12.2. The consideration is for the listing of the two motorcycles. I think we have some options on the table to discuss further some of the proprietary information.
so you want to pull that and put it on next month's agenda?
If somebody's willing to make a motion, it's certainly a feasible option, and it per se doesn't even have to be. It can just be at a future time after. It doesn't have to be a specific date at this point.
Can we pass the budget boundary with funds like this? What I'm saying is, we're getting down here to the end of the year pretty damn fast.
And I think the major time constraint is the fact of the Mecum publication is the major time constraint there. But if we are going to do it, the more eyes that see it are better, so the sooner the better. But it's something that, I mean, there isn't the decision doesn't have to be made tonight if that's council's choice. Any further discussion or questions on the listing agreements consideration? Public or council? Anyone willing to make a motion?
I'd move to approve.
We got a first by Mike to approve the listing.
Second.
We got a second by Dean. Any further discussion? Public or council? All those in favor of the motion to list the motorcycles with Meekum, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no?
No.
That motion carries for that action to list the motorcycles.
Thank you, council.
That brings us to item 13, which is executive session. Mr. Marshall, any action anticipated? I don't believe there is. There is actually one, I think.
Yes.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, there is action anticipated with regard to
Licensing.
signing licensing agreements with regard to a number of entities.
So we do have a request for executive session with the possibility of action post-executive session with multiple entities on licensing agreements. Is there a motion to go into exec? Come on up here. Pertinent to the listing of the motorcycles? No. Well, you should have done that at the beginning with those other matters. When you didn't have it on your mind.
No, I didn't. I'm old.
Not that old.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate the fact I don't come to city council meetings anymore. I did that for a long time, and all it does is upset my stomach. But I appreciate the fact that you have discussions by asking questions. Because if you don't have questions from your fellow council people, there's a strong possibility you're not clear in what you're saying. And you've had questions about a variety of things. And I do read what's in the newspaper. I do read what we have. And when our residents are coming to question what you're doing, it's important that you're also listening and questioning as well. And that's the only way we as residents here are going to learn exactly what you're doing. Because we have questions too. And I can call all of you and talk to you. But the fact that I may not know something, I bet there's people out in the audience that don't know something either. And so if you can answer those questions here, you can clarify what's going on. And not to offend you, Mr. State's Attorney, there are questions about what happened with that sale of the motorcycle, and it is still an issue. And it needs to be addressed. And it's not been answered yet. Thank you.
So we do have a request for executive session with the possibility of action at the conclusion of executive session. Is there a motion to go to exec?
Motion to move.
We got a first by Mike,
Second.
second by Dean. All those in favor of exec, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed to no. We're in exec. It is 8:03. We'll start in about 5 minutes.
Do we expect
technology going again, Lisa, is what you're doing there?
That was like the only thing that worked tonight.
Yeah, it did. It worked really good.
What's this plug bad up here or something? Why does it not want to read computers?
It was, he had a Mac.
Is the computer, not the plug. I don't know if we wait till Mike gets here, so we're back in regular session.
Is President's on the phone?
Yeah, I think so. So we're back in regular session here. No action necessary from discussions in exec at this point in time, which leaves us, is there a motion to adjourn? Anybody willing?
So moved.
Got a first by Dean, second by Becca. All those in favor to adjourn, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. We're adjourned. I bet you can count Mike as